What's going on, Flesh and Blood fans? We're back. I'll be jumping straight to the stream table in just a second. The matchup, I believe it's well, I know who's playing. It's Chris versus Matt. Chris Colham versus Matt Pollitt. Um, Chris is on Dash. Matt will be, I believe, on Chain unless something's changed. I think he's been on Chain for quite a while. Just getting the live scene set up since we had to restart everything over here. But yeah, so Chris and Matt. If you guys are hanging out with us, I appreciate it. We'll be right into it. There we go. I'm gonna go see if I can do what I was gonna do with the thing I was gonna put on the table and see if we can get some of the glare to be fixed. I'll be right back. But yeah, it should be Dash versus Chain, I believe. Oh, we got 10 people watching. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, it does look like we have Matt on the left-hand side here playing Chain. We tried to put up something to kind of fix some of the glare, but it doesn't look like it's helping too much. We might put up like a canopy in between the next round. We're just really trying to get the best picture quality for you guys. But yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're gonna see Chain versus Dash here. Chris is one of our newer players. He's a longtime friend of mine. I met him when we used to play Pokemon. He's a really good Pokemon player, and he's kind of taken a good liking to Flesh and Blood from what I've seen. He's done really well so far. Um, Definitely really happy to see him doing well here. I believe both these players are either 2-0 or 1-1. There is a top 8 cut with 24 players, so a couple 3-2s will make it. So even if you lose here, you don't necessarily drop out of top 8 quite yet. Excited to see how the Dash player how Chris decides to take this challenge on of Chain. Um, you know, there's two schools of thought. You play super defensively and you try to grind them out, or you try to race them, which Dash can definitely do. Dash has a lot of tools in her arsenal that allow her to go very fast right from the start, whereas Chain kind of has this, you know, normally 2 to 3 turn buildup. Once they get to the 4 shackle turn, that's kind of where their damage really starts to skyrocket. Whereas Dash can kind of just like go crazy like right from the start. So we see Chris is going first here. He's going to start with the gun, load up two steam counters, shoot the pistol. Interesting to see if Dash continues to be viable after the next set. A lot of people say the new shield kind of. I think even Matt Rogers kind of held a vigil for Dash.
YouTube stream died.
Yeah, I fixed it. We had to end the stream. That's why we've only been streaming for 23 minutes now. Sad.
Oh.
Yeah, ended the stream, brought it back. We're gonna see Chris try to do as much damage here on the first turn as possible.
Yeah, you did not fix this glare.
No, it didn't do anything. Now they just have a giant stand-in, like right next to them. It's kind of annoying, but you know, we try things, and it didn't work. We'll try another thing. Yeah, the one thing I was thinking is like either that light or that light, just not even turning it on, but just like having it like over the light.
Maybe that'll help.
Just like pull the light bulbs out. All right, so we're gonna see Matt go into his first turn. Creates a rune chant. So those are tokens that Matt has. I believe he actually creates them. It's kind of cool. So you know how like equipment can get like -1 counters and stuff. He's made them out of wood, so it's just like a little 1 countery thing. Using the stream dice, I like it. I like it. All right, so we're gonna see Matt kind of start off with a relatively. First, we're gonna seeds into Nebula Blade. That way, the Nebula Blade's coming in for 4 here. So Nebula Blade, you need to play a non-attack action for it to have its buff. And it looks like we're just gonna see Chris block the rune chant with a Sigil of Solace, which is kind of interesting there. But we do see the Nebula Blade still coming in for 4 damage. And Chris is just going to take all 4, which will create another rune chant. He's just going to play another Sigil. Looks like he had 2 Sigils in hand, which is kind of not what you want to see against Chain. You definitely want to have as much gas as possible.
Are those cards intentionally connectable, or are those alternate art cards that he's had?
Those are altered.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So the shackle, I think, kind of like, which is the one on the left with a die on it. I think that one kind of goes in hand with I don't think Dash will be unplayable with the shield, but the current Dash control decks will not be viable against Guardians anymore. So Dash control will either have to find another build or go more mid-range to be able to go full aggro against Guardian while playing control for other matchups. I totally agree. I think Pistol Dash, you can't just rely on Pistol Dash quite as much anymore. Please don't die. You can't rely on Pistol Dash quite as much anymore, especially if you're going into Guardian. Also for Prism, for that matter. I mean, the boots kind of do a similar thing to the shield. Obviously not as strong specifically as the shield, but the boots do something very similar for Prism. So yeah, I totally agree. You can't just kind of like lean on a pistol dash quite as much. You kind of have to have a game plan specifically for Guardian. So Chris is going to start here with the high-speed impact. I believe that's what that card is. Yeah, high-speed impact, which does allow if it hits the next attack that boosts, this chain will also have dominate. I don't think that came up, but so we're gonna go straight into Matt's turn. Matt has the shadow puppetry into. Oh, that's so gross to have those two cards together. The shadow puppetry into the soul reaping. Man, so that's 7 damage. Go again. If it hits, he's gonna be able to look at the top card and see if he wants to banish it for even more going wide. And he banished 2 Rift Binds to gain 2 resources off that as well. That is a very strong turn right out the gate from the chain player here. Ooh, and he looks at it, banishes, and he hits a Seeds of Agony. Now, normally what I said is you kind of want to wait till you get to those, you want to race chain to get to those 3 or 4 shackle turns. So when they have a hand like this, I mean, that's a big ask coming from at this point. You're looking at, he off 1 shackle, he had a 7 damage soul reaping, gain 2 resources, gonna play a Seeds of Agony, make a shackle.
Did I fix anything?
No. Still glare, it's okay. But yeah.
I moved the thing closer to crit. So you can see these cards a little better. That's about it.
Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, so this has been like a really strong turn from the chain player. It's really wild because normally a chain player has to wait till like turns 3, 4, 5 to really get those big damage turns. But he had a combo in his hand where it's basically Shadow Puppetry, which gives your next attack +1 and
Does
go
that
again.
mean he's breaking whatever that is? What is he just pulled this one?
Yeah, so he's using his equipment to block. It doesn't the Mechanologist chess piece doesn't break when it blocks, but it can only block twice basically. It blocks for 2 then 1. So he is using that to block, which I think Chris has kind of shifted over here to the more control style. He's gonna say like, hey, let's see if we can make chain deck out. So the way chain works is every time he uses that ability, he creates what's called a soul shackle. It gives the next attack going or next rune blade or shadow action go again. But the cost of that is that at the start of your turn, for every time you've done it this game, you banish the top card of your deck. So
he used this one too.
Mm-hmm.
He's using lots of cards.
Lots of cards, yeah. Well, that was a really like crazy turn from the chain player. However, Chris only losing a couple life there. He just swings the gun for 2 with no cards in hand. Chain's just gonna take it and move on to his turn. So now we're gonna see him banish those 2 cards, like I was saying. So he's gonna hit the Bounding Demigon and another Shadow Puppetry. Shadow Puppetry is not a card you want to banish off the Soul Shackle. So another thing that's synergistic with Chain is that a lot of the cards can be played from banished. So the Bounding Demigon that's kind of off to the side from his banish, it can be played.
Okay.
The Shadow Puppetry that's actually in his banish, you leave it in banish because it's stuck there. It's not coming out.
This Chris Ray?
This is not Chris Ray. This is Chris Coolhane.
It's Coolhane.
It is Coolhane. I like calling
Why do you do that to him?
It's because it's awesome. It's Coolhane. Like Cool Whip.
I'm not sure he likes that.
I'm not sure either, but Chris is doing a great job here. I mean, again, this is like, I mean, he's only been playing for a handful of weeks here, and he's doing really well.
Yeah, y'all keep telling me when he's here, and so I never actually figure out who it is. And I am so bad at remembering players' names.
So we see the Vexing Malice come down. Crazy thing about Vexing Malice is that you can only ever block usually one of the arcane damage because most classes are only running 1 arcane barrier. So we have the Howl from Beyond. Howl from Beyond going to give that next attack +3 and a Consuming Volition. Now that is a card you do not see very often, but it's super strong here. So Consuming Volition says if you've dealt arcane damage this turn, if it hits, the defending player will also have to discard a card as well. which I do believe he dealt Arcane with the Vexing Malice here. We're going to see him block 7.
So then that means that can't really be used to block anymore.
Yeah, so he can still use its ability, which if you've boosted this turn, you can banish the top 2 cards of your deck and gain a resource for each Mechanologist card you hit. But you can't block with it anymore. The blocking with it's done.
You could you theoretically block it, but for 0, just for funsies?
You could, and it'll still get the -1 counter and everything. Just keep infinitely ticking up the -1 counter.
Can you add to theirs?
There are cards that do that, but no.
Like, oh yes, when I'm negative, your attack.
Yeah, oh, now it's getting even harder. No, it doesn't work like that. Unfortunately, 0, it just stops. All right, so we see Chris actually able to put on some pressure here. I don't know.
Carlos, and he dropped.
All right, so we see Matt's Shackles here hit pretty well. I mean, does lose the Plunder Run, but we still have the Bounding Demigon, Ghostly Visit, and I think another Bounding Demigon. So interesting to see here if Matt's able to kind of sequence a turn that puts more pressure on Chris's hand. Chris has had to block a lot, and I think it's kind of a consequence of that really strong 2 shackle turn. Or 1 shackle turn. That was when Matt was at 1 shackle. Oh, this is round 3.
Round 6. Oh my.
We're just skipping ahead to a round that doesn't even exist today.
I mean,
round
if you want to call like one of top 8, 6.
That's fair, yeah. Starting with the seeds into the Bounding Demigon for 4. For sure. Chris is going to use another Sigil of Solace to stop the arcane damage. And then we're just going to use a Fate Foreseen. Fate Foreseen is going to completely stop up that Bounding Demigon. But a lot of times, I kind of just... The Bounding Demigon's like the least of your worries. Howl from Beyond. Now, Howl from Beyond is another super strong card for Chain here. I believe this Bounding Demigon's coming in for 7 now, which is super strong. Chris has to be thinking here, like, do I hold on to these cards and kind of try to put pressure on the back end? No, he's going to block with 2 cards and take 2. If you're Chris here, you have to really wonder, like, what's the out here? If you keep letting Chain have these hands, and they go straight into these shackles, which, I mean, yeah, he hits the Art of War. You hate to see that if you're the Chain player, but the other 3 hits are just good cards. I mean, a Rip Through Reality, a Seeds of Agony, really good cards there. The Ghostly Visits, all very, very strong cards. Whew. And of course, he just starts his turn off with that Shadow of Ursa, banishing a Shadow of Ursa. I've seen that play so many times, and it's just so strong. And of course, yeah, you always take the 2 here. It just always seems to chip in that damage, but it's just another card that's hitting the banish that they get to play, and it's another go again. I feel like it's just so many go agains on this Chain deck. It's so strong. It's gonna be really interesting to see how this deck does with all the ice stuff coming out. I wonder if between the 2 ice heroes that we have, Lexi and Oldhim, if they're going to be able to slow this Chain deck down. I think Oldham's going to do a really good job at it, and Lexi might have enough cards that are kind of hate cards that really, like, help deal with that. And we see Chris just block with the throttle here. The Rip Through Reality did have go again. That Frostlock arrow is wild. Yeah, I'm hoping it's wild enough to slow this down. I'm hoping. We'll have to see. I'm really excited for Lexi. I think so far that's the hero I'm looking to play the most in Tales of Aria meta. But we'll just have to see. I mean, Prism's kind of been my love since Monarch came out. I've been trying to get that deck to just work. I've had some success, you know, gotten second at 2 RTNs, haven't been able to just win the big one and take one home, but she's done well by me. But really, I think I'm kind of nervous about taking Prism to Vegas. I think there's just too many things that kind of counteract it relatively easily. Either you go aura build and you lose to like the big aggro decks, they're able to swing at multiple auras. If they're able to like get action points, like cheat action points without go again. And then of course, if you go more angel build or herald build, I should say, the phantasm pop is just it's pretty rough sometimes when you have that card and you're like, oh, I really need this to hit, and they just have the 6 attack or the 7 attack, whether, you know. Prism's still looking good. Being able to play on the opponent's turn can also play around the Frostbite tokens. Yeah, I totally agree. Definitely agree with that. I don't know if like Oldham kind of feels like he's able to really deal with a lot of what Prism can do, especially because he's, you know, still a Guardian, got those big attacks, but then also being able to just swing into auras relatively easily. As long as they keep clearing those auras, I think Oldham will probably have a good time against Prism. That's just my early thoughts. Hard to say for sure. And also the fact that Prism runs a lot of yellow kind of makes the Frost tokens kind of more painful. The fact that you have to run so many yellow. Not counting her out at all. Not saying Prism's dead. Not saying Prism can't do well at all. I'm just saying I think the Frost stuff kind of really is it's kind of looking scary for a lot of classes. And I think having to run so much yellow in Prism kind of hurts it as well. We see Matt starting off with this Artivore. Artivore is quite the card here. These shackles are also pretty crazy. He's got pretty much one of every blood deck card in his banished zone at this point. The world is open to Matt at this point. Chris having to read Artivore. It is a pretty crazy card. A bunch of modes on it you get to pick from. Hey, we got 12 people hanging out. I gotta say, I thank you guys so much. Thank you. Feel free to chat it up. It's just me streaming in the booth today, so trying to fill air, trying to talk as much as possible. But thank you guys so much.
AJ, do you want fries or something for the cheesesteak place?
Sure, I'll take fries. Fries sound great. But yeah, there's 12 of you guys hanging out. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you share this around. Hit the sub button, hit the follow button. Really, if you're just hanging out, I appreciate it. But follow us either on YouTube or on Twitch. We stream here every Sunday. There may be a stream next week, even though I'll be in Vegas. I think I'm actually going to leave my computer here so that we can have someone stream another Armory event. There will be Vegas going on as well, but you know, in between rounds, you might want to check us out here as well. Muck Duck, best stream NA. I appreciate the kind words. Appreciate it. And Nick, do you like the new mat that we're using? Ryan had it made for us. It's very clean. I like that it's solid black, specifically for the stream table. Yeah, we're seeing a pretty crazy turn from Matt over here. He's going to banish another card to give this Shadow of Ursa a go again. I'm sad I won't be available to follow the Vegas live coverage, but it seems so fun. Yeah, it's going to be super fun. There's going to be a lot of stuff to do there. I'm very excited for it. I'm going to try to be as safe as possible. You know, I'm packing a couple N95s with me. Trying to be as safe as possible. You know, there's an inherent risk of going into a crowd in general. But yeah, it's going to be super fun, and I'm really excited that LSS is finally getting to do what they've wanted to do for so long, which is actually like hold events, hold big events. So long we've been kind of playing this game. We were hoping for OP. They did a really good job with the first season of Skirmish, making it online. We were able to actually compete there. But of course, online can only take you so far. You can't be super competitive online because, of course, unfortunately, it opens the door for cheating and things like that. So everything has to be participation based. And I think it's just really nice that we're actually getting to have like a really good like high level competition here in North America. Finally excited to see it. Hopefully, the world gets more and more back to normal and it's not as rough holding these bigger events, and everyone stays safe out there. All right, so we see the 6 shackle turn from Matt. Looks like we have two hits, but we still 3 hits. 3 hits, one's a seeds. Interesting enough, he still has that. He's kind of holding on to that invert existence. I think he's holding on to that to try to sneak a win here if Chris ever falls to 2 life and loses his boots. Of course, we have Plunder Run from Arsenal. I think that is just the most filthy feeling play ever against Chain when they just play the Plunder Run from Arsenal +3, and if any attack this turn hits, it draws a card. I think if Plunder Run only gave the next attack if it hits draw a card, it wouldn't feel as bad, but the fact that like at any point if an attack hits, it draws a card. Just for a class that goes as wide as Chain, it just feels so unfair sometimes. Yeah, now he adds a Shadow Puppetry on top. So here's the crazy thing: when you add Shadow Puppetry on top of Plunder Run, you get to like stack the triggers as you see fit. So you can do the Plunder Run first to see if you want to draw that card or banish it, and then if you're like, oh, I don't know, I'll draw this card, I'll just draw it first. And then you can also, or you can banish it off of Shadow Puppetry and then draw the next card. Pretty wild stuff. I'm excited for Electrify. It replaces itself and gives the additional hit trigger of 3 damage. Yeah, and what's crazy about those additional hit triggers, of those additional do damage triggers, is any card that says that when this card deals damage, do a thing. So either like make them discard a card, make them take more damage, do something like that. It technically counts as another instance of that card hitting. So wild stuff, especially when you pair it with like the new gloves that electric heroes get, which is like pay 2, the next attack that hits, if it hits, it deals 1 more damage as another trigger, so it also would trigger anything else that cares about doing damage. I think it's just going to be wild and a lot of fun. I'm really excited for Lexi and whoever the 3rd hero is that's also going to be Electric Earth. We haven't seen a lot of Earth cards. I think the only Earth cards they've really revealed are the item and the one like vanilla attack that's like 7 damage for 3 or something silly like that, with just flavor text in the text box. So it's gonna be super exciting to see like what does Earth like. So far, Earth just kind of is a +1 attack and defense buff, but I think there's gonna be more to it. I think there might be healing involved or something. That's where I'm going. There has to be a reason they made the Scythe for Chain, or just Runeblade. That Scythe stopping healing could actually be a good tech card, maybe against that 3rd character. Or even Oldhim. Oldhim is also part Earth, so Oldhim might be worried about healing as well on some of his other cards. All right, so back to the game that we're featuring here on stream. Looks like Matt had a pretty crazy turn here. He was able to follow a flock up with an Unhallowed Rites. I think Chris is reading how Plunder Run works, and that it works on... Yeah, that's the one thing about Plunder Run, where it just doesn't feel like super fair when you're the other player and they're just going super wide, and you're like, oh, if any attack hits, you draw a card? That's pretty crazy. So yeah, that's kind of what he's staring down right now. He's wondering if he can do anything about this. I don't think he can at the moment, because I think this is coming in for 4 at least. And I think Chris might just be dead here. Yep, so the Seeds is going to close that combat chain. We're just going to see at least like a Ghostly Visit here. I'm wondering if... Oh, we're going to see a Shackle into a Ghostly Visit. I don't know what that does exactly, because then now, oh, he has another card in hand. So at first I was like, I don't know if that's like good, but then of course he has another card in hand, so we should see either a Nebula Blade Swing or just an Invert Existence. I'm guessing we're going to see the Nebula Blade Swing, though, unless that's like a Rift Bind or something, which would just be wild. I think that actually might close out the game if that's an item in Chris's hand. I think that's why, personally, I like the idea of racing. Oh, we're going to make a Rune Chant, and then we're going to swing the Nebula Blade, which is just 5 damage coming in here. Yep, and then Matt's going to take 2 Blood Debt. I think we're going to move on to Chris's turn here. He's just going to pitch a blue. He did have an item in hand, which is super unfortunate. We're probably going to see 2 damage and then 2 damage. Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen here. Chris is going to draw up. It's unfortunate he wasn't able to play those sigils. I wonder if the sigils might have helped in the end. But we're going to probably see the invert existences. Might actually just close out the game here. I think, oh, well, Chris is losing. He could use his Arcanite Skullcap, actually, to block the 2s, if he needs to live. Might not be something he even sees, unfortunately. But he might. And even then, if he does see it, I think at that point, you've given up 2 cards, basically, to block 2 Arcane twice. And the rest of your hand's kind of just not looking great there. And you're just going to have to keep blocking. And I don't think the Chain player is in any big danger, super big danger of actually decking out to the point where he'll lose, to be honest. He still has Snapdragon Scalers, which is huge. So you get the Shackle and the Snapdragon Scalers, which is going to be 3 attacks minimum. We're going to see this Flock come down here. He's going to reveal... Yep, he's going to reveal the Riftbind in hand. I'm pretty sure if he has any non-attack action... Oh, he played a Seeds. I'm pretty sure this game's over. He's going to make a Quick and Aura token. He's going to give this go again with the Snapdragon Scalers, and I think that's going to wrap it up for Chris here, unfortunately. Yep, block 6 here. We're going to use Snapdragon Scalers, give it go again. And I think as long as Matt can do at least 2 attacks here, which I'm pretty sure he can. He's got 1 Riftbind in hand. He's got a Riftbind in his Banished. So just between that and the Quick and Aura token. Oh, we're just going to do an E-Strike for 7. That's fine too. Yep, Chris is going to scoop it up. Not able to take the game here, or not able to block enough damage here. Good job from him. Probably, I think for me, I think I want to see less defense reactions in this matchup as the dash player. Kind of really force them in a awkward position by going super wide yourself with a lot of boost cards. Really hit them hard, because a lot of people like underestimate like how much damage Dash can actually put out with just her attack action cards. It can be like really strong and powerful, actually. Yeah, so that was our round 3. Great match between our 2 players here. I think we're gonna switch over back to the Be Right Back screen. Thank you guys so much. There's still 10 of you hanging out. If you can, please share this stream with your friends on Facebook, wherever. Try to get this as big as possible. We stream here every Sunday. We start our locals at 12. It's a huge competitive environment down here in Florida, right in Altamont. The Collective's a great store for hosting us, letting us stream this out to you guys, bringing you great content. Everyone here is like super competitive. Oh, Thagor, thank you for the follow. And yeah, we're here every Sunday with a full commentary. Because the last thing I like to, even if you don't appreciate my commentary, I don't know, but like for me, the last thing I want to watch is just 2 people play cards with like no one interacting with you. So we try to make sure we always have at least 1 person. Try to have 2 people in the booth commentating. Even though it's just, people say it's just Armories, I think it's a lot of fun to feature some of our local players. And yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging around. We're going to come back with round 4. After that, we have 1 more round of Swiss, and then we'll go straight into Top Cut. Thank you guys so much. Stick around, and we will be right back. Welcome back, Flesh and Blood players. We have not these people playing right now. We need to fix the names real quick. We do have Ryan on the left-hand side playing Viscerai, and then we have Chris. It is a Chris, not the same Chris, but it is Chris on Bolton. Looks like Bolton Raiden though, so it's nice to see a little bit of difference here in decks.
Is it crispy?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like they're already pretty decently life-wise in the match. Your camera issues ran a little long.
They did run a little long, unfortunately. Viscerai.
Wow, that's self-promo right there.
He's part of it?
I know. Hey, yo, what round is it?
Not 3. Oh my god. This is what happens when you have camera issues. Live in the middle of
Round 3A.
3A. The second 3. Alright, so looks like as Zoe was saying, we do have like the match has kind of gone a little far already. So Ryan's already at 33 life on Viscerai. Chris is at 39, but it might have been just Ryan decided his hand was good enough to just keep for the most part. But Ryan coming in with a Mauvrion Skies red and a Vexing Malice red.
So is that Ryan's hand or is that...
That's his hand.
Okay.
That's something we do want to talk to our players a little bit to try to like avoid the arsenal zone with their hand because they can be kind of confusing. I mean, he did kind of put it off to the side, but yeah, that is his hand.
They both did it.
They did his over there as well. But yeah, so because Ryan was able to do arcane damage, this Consuming Volition is going to come in. It's just blue, so I believe it's only 2 damage. But if it does hit, then Chris will have to discard a card. And there's 4 more arcane damage coming as well from the Mauvrion Skies.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Rip.
The thing about Bolton though, it's a very card hungry deck, so like they want to block as little as possible, which I think is actually like into Ryan's favor here because Consuming Volition is gonna command a card no matter what, because if it hits, he'll discard a card anyway. And then a lot of Ryan's cards have effects where if they hit, they do something more. Whereas with Chris Bolton, more so his deck just requires cards from hand as cost. So that's why you don't really want to block with cards from your hand as Bolton as much. So it looks like we did pitch a card to stop some of the arcane. And then we're just going to block with a Command and Conquer, which is huge. But Command and Conquer is probably the best thing to block there because if that was Ryan's last card, which it looked like it was, he's not going to arsenal a card here anyway. So Command and Conquer is kind of just a vanilla 6 damage card.
I like that it's a battle of the purple sleeves.
Purple sleeves. Yeah, and then Ryan's like his hero is like super purple in general.
Do people color code their decks in this game like some people do in Magic?
Like, oh, this is a light hero, so I need like
Red
bright
for
sleeve.
red.
Yeah, kinda. There isn't like straight up colors like there is in Magic.
I shouldn't know if people associated colors
Yeah.
with them.
I've seen like people were like, oh, I can't put my light heroes in black sleeves because that's like I don't want to mix like light and dark. I want like gold or silver or something for the light heroes.
I
and,
just
like,
wouldn't want people to know what I was playing.
I mean, you have to reveal your hero at the beginning anyway.
And?
So, like, I mean, that's the deck you're playing.
Show up in light sleeves, they're gonna know immediately. They know how to plan for me.
Like before the tournament even
Yeah.
starts, they like start siding cards in and out. Maybe. Man, Raiden's just such a strong card. We do see Ryan have to give up a Arknight Ascendancy. Arknight Ascendancy probably being the strongest card, and the only reason you really want to run Viscerai. Just that card alone is super powerful, and him having to give it up to block, which also buffed the... Oh, I forget that card's name.
With the sword?
This one.
Oh. It looks like a swift kick, but again, that's just what the picture looks like. I have no idea what the card names are.
I don't remember. It's leaving me.
It's been a long day, hasn't it?
It's already been a long day. We're only in round 4. We have another round of Swiss and then Top Cut.
I know.
Yeah. Hey, well, we're easy. We're mostly self-contained.
That's true,
For as
that's
many
true.
players as we have.
Now, if only
yeah.
they'd both report.
Yes, everyone report when you finish your matches at any tournament you go to. Please have both players report.
Can someone tell me a phone number later for Matt? for your release. Sorry. Came back to my head.
I mean, sure.
Matt, if you're watching. Is Festus in the chat?
Festus was in the chat. I'm not sure if he's still here. Nick was in the chat for a
Nick
while.
Murphy?
Nick
Where's
was in the
he?
chat. I
Where's
don't know.
he?
He's supposed to be hanging out with someone important to him or
Ugh.
something. Brandon was in the chat for a while. Yeah, we're still, so we have 24 players and we're missing like a bunch of regulars too. That's pretty good for just an armory. Next week, not next week, the week after is the collective's pre-release.
Yes, September
Super
18th.
exciting.
It's on a Saturday.
Yeah, it's on a Saturday. It's at noon. If you guys are local to the Altamont Springs, Orlando area, please come out. It's going to be a lot of fun. You're able to call the stores or reserve your spot if you'd like to. But yeah, it's going to be super, super fun. We hope to see you guys out here if you are local to the Altamont Springs area / Orlando area. All right, so both these players are, I believe, either 3-1 or yeah, no, I'm sorry, 3-0 or 2-1. I think Ryan is 2-1, and I think Chris is actually 3-0 here. So we see Ryan actually coming in with the Mavrian Skies into a Consuming Volition. This Consuming Volition has actually paid off really well for him. I mean, for a deck like Bolton, I think it really pressures his hand just enough to stop a lot of these like crazy hands that Bolton wants to keep. Also, just the threat of starting like having like so many more rune chants on hit is really wild. Oh man, we're seeing the Plunder run via the Vanguard turn. He charged 1, so this is a via the Vanguard for what I believe 8 damage. 8 damage, and everything for the rest of this chain will be buffed by 1 as well. Also, if this hits, he'll draw a card, which is not something Ryan probably wants to let happen. And we see Ryan just have to block with so many cards here. He gives it go again. And he's probably just hoping that he only has a raid in here, but I don't think that's going to be it. Oh, Lumina Ascension. Lumina Ascension is actually okay because that closes the chain. So that will be Raiden for 4 here. Gives it go again on the reaction. Futility used as the app for the game. I love that app. The floating resources integrated are cool. Yeah, I totally agree. Futility is actually a pretty cool app. One of the things that I actually like to do for the stream eventually is to where we have a dedicated either iPod or phone or whatever, even iPad, that's running Futility or some similar life counter. And then the players don't actually have to provide their own. And then what also would happen is it's mirroring on the stream itself. So the life counter is not even on the table, really. It's kind of off to the side for them. And so they just tap it and then it'll update on the stream for you guys. I think that'd be super awesome. I think Dice Jar, I think, does it that way. And some other streams do it that way. It's just a matter of logistics. The streaming computer is actually now nowhere near where the actual camera is that's capturing this this game, so that's part of it as well. But yeah, something we're definitely looking into. Another thing is we've been talking about getting a canopy to go over the super big light that's overhead of the over this table, and that's kind of what's leading to the glare as well. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I totally agree. Having the life actually on the screen. Another thing we're looking to do, and this requires another person streaming with me, is actually have cards pop up as they're played. But the thing is that requires like a technician of sorts, so someone actually like pulling up cards and throwing them up on the screen for you guys. It's a little bit more than just me like having like, I mean, if I could have like a voice recognition or something, that's a Bolt of Courage Red, and then it just pops up. That'd be super awesome too. Speaking of, that is Bolt of Courage Red, which is a super strong card in Bolton. Ryan's a bit on the back foot here. But I do believe he actually was able to block that without using an attack, so that he was not able to give that go again. So we just see the Mordred Tide here. Mordred Tide being one of the strongest cards, I think, for Viserai. Every time you create a rune chant, you actually create that many +1. So here, Viserai is going to actually create 2 from the Rattlebones. He's going to actually create 2 from the Rattlebones here, and he's actually able to, from Rattlebones, he's going to probably grab the Amplify the Arknight, banish it, and then be able to play it. Because Amplify the Arknight has the clause on it that says it costs 1 less for each rune chant you control, but because now that created an additional rune chant, that makes that Amplify free. One of the craziest things, oh, he's actually going to line up a meet and greet here. That would also be pretty strong. You're definitely threatening that like this will have go again if you let these rune chants hit. It just is a point to where, does he have enough resources to even follow that up? I think you just deserve it there. Like, so yeah, Mauvrian Skies. So actually, Ryan's gonna actually create another rune chant. He banished. Oh man, that's so strong. Because Ryan actually was able to create 5 rune chants, he was able to banish the Arknight Ascendancy and play it for just the 1 resource he had floating. So he's gonna be hitting for 5 Arcane, and he dominated 5. With 2 triggers, basically. If it hits, he'll create a rune chant from Mauvrian Skies hitting its hit trigger. And then also for every rune chant, for every damage that Arknight Ascendancy hits, you also create that many rune chants. And then also on top of that, this is a Mordred Tide turn, but unfortunately for Ryan, Chris was able to cover it all up. He was able to use a defense reaction and his gloves. However, he did get a card out of Chris's hand, which is super strong there. I mean, every time you can strip a card out of a Bolton hand, you just feel really good about that. So now Chris has to be able to follow this up. His Tunic does go to 3, I believe. Or that might be 2. Yeah, I think he's just at 2 here. So not a 3 Tunic turn. All right, so we're just going to start with the Bolt of Courage. Ryan's able to cover that up with a... did the Bolt of Courage have the ability to have go? Oh, use the Snapdragon Scalers. He did flip those over. So now we have a Lumina Ascension into a Raiden. Oh, we're blocking with the other Arknight Ascendancy. That's super strong, and that's going to allow that to still trigger the Lumina Ascension. He does not hit it. Oh, he put the card in his banish zone, which it goes in the bottom of the deck. Yeah, we caught it. But now he's gonna just swing for Raiden again for 3. And if Ryan wants to block it again, that just feels really bad. Yep, Ryan's able to cover those up. He's still at 24. This is to 29. A little bit longer game that you would expect from a Bolton player. I mean, most of the time it's just swing, 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 and it's kind of like one of us is dying very quickly here. But Ryan's able to block it out quite enough. Maybe he can get Chris to a point where he doesn't really have a lot of threats left in deck.
Who's winning?
Chris is still winning by 5.
Is that a big deficit?
That's not a big deficit right now. Ryan's, so the thing about Viserai is it's kind of you set up for a turn or 2, and then you do like a big attack, and then you keep doing that. So you're gonna take like turns where you take hits.
It's like Bide.
Sure.
Pokemon.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I've been playing
Whereas
Pearl.
nice. Whereas Chris is playing another aggro deck basically. So take flight. He charges a card. It gains go again. Then he played Beacon of Victory, and because he charged, he's able to banish as many cards from his soul and grab another attack or another action that costs that many or less. He's grabbing a Lumina Ascension here. Pretty common play from most Bolton players if you're playing Raiden. You grab that Lumina Ascension. Now you're able to swing the Raiden for 3 twice. 4 twice. Yep, and so we're going to swing Raiden for 4. Ryan will block 5. Yep. And he's going to block as well from his gloves and his helmet. So he covers it all up again as well.
That looks like a big deficit.
It's definitely larger, for sure. It's not good if you're in Ryan's position. It's kind of scary. But at the same time, that's all 3 Lumina Ascensions on Chris's side. So those are all gone. The take flights are getting low. So he's kind of like whittling out those threats as much as he can. He does play the Sonata Arcanix here and whiffs on all 3 cards.
Oh, you don't want to see that.
No, unfortunately, so that's not going to be what he...
arsenaled his hand.
Yep, he just moves on. So Chris is going to have a full hand and his arsenal card going into his turn. This is not a good sign for Ryan. If Chris is able to string together a pretty impactful turn here, it's not looking good for Ryan. All right, so we have Bolt of Courage. We're going to charge another Bolt of Courage. Now, Ryan has an interesting decision here. He can either gamble that he has no way to buff this card, let it hit, and he draws a card, or he does have something like a Courageous Steel hand, and then he gets blown out. Yeah, so Ryan took the gamble there. It looks like he did not have a way to give that card go again. And we're just going to move on. Yeah, that's actually really big for Ryan. So now he's actually going to have a hand to play here. It's just a matter of what does Ryan do here. He has to do something that really impacts Chris's hand. I wonder if he decides to, just going to play the Mauvrion Skies. I was wondering if he was going to play the Become the Arc Knight and go get like something like a Consuming Volition or something to that effect, just to really disrupt Chris's hand. But that is not what we're seeing. We're seeing a Mauvrion Skies into a Vexing Malice. So you have 2 from the Vexing Malice, 3 Rune Chants. So he's always going to hit 1, most likely. I think he only has 1 Arcane Barrier otherwise.
Looks like he's telling him how Rune Chants work for this one, the Arcane.
I think he understands Rune Chants. I think it's the Vexing Malice.
Yeah, that's what I
the
meant.
Vexing Malice. Like,
it's the deal 2.
Yeah, you can only stop 1 here because it's 1 source from the Vexing Malice. He takes all 5 arcane damage here. All right, Ryan. So you were able to. Hopefully, you see that you were supposed to make some Rune Chants. Oh, well, we're still hitting with the Vexing Malice. I was like, oh, we still have to make the Rune Chants for Mauvrion Skies, but no, he still has to deal with the actual physical damage of the Vexing Malice at this point. Which I know a lot of Bolton players are staring at this. I'm up by 7. Oh, we just have the Sink Below here.
Okay.
But that actually could be to Ryan's benefit. I mean, if that's Sink Below and Ryan has go again, and he's able to actually hit with something like much more like impactful, that could actually be that he used it on such a small attack. Really good for him. Consuming Volition is what I was talking about. Yeah, Consuming Volition is super strong because the 1 Arcane we don't even really care about.
Please switch out if you're streaming and go to table 1.
The 1 Arcane damage we don't even really care about for Chris, but the Consuming Volition on its own, we've talked about it in this game probably like 2 or 3 times already. The fact that he's dealt Arcane damage, it really impacts Chris's hand here. He can't just let this hit and just discard a card, because otherwise you would just rather block with it anyway. But it is hitting for, I believe, 4 on the red version, so 1 card isn't going to do it, which is kind of what I was saying with using the Sink Below on the Vexing Malice. Just didn't really feel impactful there, and he probably wishes he still had it for this Consuming Volition. Chris kind of staring at his hand like, I wish I could just keep all of it, but not a possibility at this point.
Unless.
No, there's literally no scenario where he keeps his hand here.
Why?
Um,
What if
so
he could win next turn?
well, no, like this card, if it hits, will make him discard a card. So
Oh.
like, there's like no scenario here where with just the cards in hand that he keeps it. So,
Okay.
all right, yep. And when you see him use 2 cards to block from hand, Tunic will go to 2 here. Oh, and just a red Illuminate. Red Illuminate deals 4. If it hits, it goes in Soul. Not the strongest card, and if you're Ryan, you kind of like. There's a party is like, I'll take 4, and I'll go with a full hand in my next turn again.
Yeah, I keep getting confused by their hands next to their arsenal.
Oh yeah. At least this one's like more off.
Yeah.
Like it's not like over
But
top
like there
of
was a
it.
turn earlier where Ryan had a card here and a card like this, and I was like,
Does Ryan decide to block the Illuminate here? I know going to 13 against Bolton is actually very scary. Because Bolton can just do a lot of
he
damage out of
said,
nowhere.
"Go for it."
Go to 13. All right, Ryan, you need to pressure Chris's hand again
We got
here.
an arsenal.
We do. We actually have an arsenal now. Not just like their hand over top of an arsenal. But yeah, Ryan needs to be able to threaten either. I don't know if he can threaten lethal at 23, but he needs to at least threaten either consuming volition or like disrupt his hand, do something, a pummel, something to like not let a Bolton go into his final turn basically with a full hand.
What's that card?
So Become the Arc says you can do one of 2 things. You either discard an action to get a non-attack action, or you discard a non-attack action to get an action, attack
Which
action.
did he discard?
He discarded an attack, so he's gonna go get something that's a non-attack action, something that's like a buff or something.
Does the Arknight thing have a go again?
It does. It
okay.
does. It does. Yeah. Otherwise, that card would be not very good. Yeah. Oh, look, I got a card, and then it's your turn. Like, but yes, it does have go again. So he does reach for the Mavrian Skies, which is really good here. Looks like Chris is going to read the Bloodsheath Skeleton. That card is super strong, and the fact that Ryan still has it could lead to a very swingy turn. Bloodsheath Skeleton says if you break it, your next non-attack action and your next attack action costs X less, where X is the amount of rune chance you control. Ryan only controls 1 right now, so not the most impactful card, but we do see a Meet and Greet come down. Meet and Greet, if he lets this Arcane through, we'll have go again, and then if it hits, it creates another rune chant.
Ooh. So that's essentially getting cards out of his hand because he doesn't want him to get the.
There is a world though where he takes all of it because again he's at 23. So if he doesn't threaten lethal here, which again that's very far away for Ryan, there's a chance where he just like
Ryan only has 1 card in hand.
he has 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal.
So could he be attempting to get him to take that so he can use this to play whatever's down here, or?
It's possible for
Okay.
sure, absolutely. And like 1 arcane is like super unassuming. You're like, oh, I'll take 1 arcane, but now you've like turned on everything that says like if you've taken arcane damage, dude, so much more things like.
Oh, they're fighting over something.
So what happened is Meet and Greet is going to trigger the rune chant that Ryan already had, and then because he's played a non-attack and then a rune blade attack, the Viscerai itself will trigger another rune chant. So it looks like Chris was able to block that rune chant. Now the Meet and Greet was not live, so he decided to crack the Snapdragon Skeletors and the Bloodsheath Skeleton. We're going to play an Oath of the Arknight, create another rune chant, and 1 more, and play a Consuming Volition. This will get cards out of Chris's hand one way or the other. Can I just say I'm loving Ryan's list right now. These Consuming Volitions have been super strong. And I think a lot of people have been kind of off of them. Of course, we've been seeing most Runeblades are playing Chain, but I haven't really seen the few Viscerais I've played at Rotonats have not been playing this many Consuming Volitions. And I kind of love it because it guarantees that those people who are just like, I'm not going to block, I'm going to take everything. Well, then if you're going to take everything, I'm not letting you go into your turn with your hand. There's no way you're coming into your turn with your hand fully intact. And that's kind of where Viserai has to kind of scrape value, right? So Viserai, he takes a lot of like tempo off by building up these rune chants, playing things like, I don't know, you do like one big attack that doesn't feel that impactful, and sometimes, and it's just like they go into their hand with full hands and just come back at you way stronger. And now you're saying like with all these consuming volitions, you're saying like there's no way I'm letting you go into your turn with a full hand. And so yeah, Chris has to sit here and think like, what am I willing to give up? And because it's red, unless he literally has a defense reaction, it doesn't matter. Like he has to give up either one. He either lets it hit, loses a card, suddenly he's under life, or he gives up 2 cards to not let it hit, which feels really bad as the Bolton player, to be honest. It's just like not a good spot. And I think these consuming volitions, if Ryan ends up winning this game, it's going to be because of the inclusion of consuming volition. And Chris uses 3 cards to block it. Oh, that's right. It was buffed by Oath of the Arknight, so it was an 8 damage consuming volition. Wow. Wow, that's so strong. Or I'm sorry, 7 damage consuming volition. That is super strong coming from Ryan's side. Oh, and then Chris just has to pass. This is the time where Ryan can really get tempo here. He starts with a Mordred Tide. Mordred Tide super strong. Every time you create a rune chant, you're going to create one more. I think we're going to see that Mauvrion in his hand come down. Oh, just a Dread Triptych. Dread Triptych with Mordred Tide is so good. So, Dread Triptych, if you don't know, it has 3 instances of creating a rune chant. Also, because there are 3 separate instances of creating a rune chant, they all get buffed by the Mordred Tide. Super, super strong card here. Yeah, so now Chris is staring at this Dread Triptych, kind of wondering what to do with it. Do you give Ryan that many rune chants? Now this does not have go again at the moment. And I don't think it will, because I think the last card in Ryan's hand is a Mauvrion Skies, if I saw it correctly. So he's gonna pitch stop the 1 rune chant. And then he's gonna sink below. So we've gotten 2 more cards out of the Bolton player's hand. That is super huge here. Now, I think one of the cards in the Bolton player's hand was a Celestial Cataclysm, which is kind of devastating here. If he has the 3 cards in soul, which, by the way he's stacking it up, not really sure. Oh, and we're going to follow it up with a Plunder Run. Oh, no. So that's 10. 10 damage if it hits draw a card. That is a super, super strong play here. If you're Ryan, I don't know if you can let this hit. And Ryan just blocks it all. He blocks 6 and then 4 from the defense reaction. That's actually pretty good here. And we're just going to rate him for 0. Yeah, might as well. You know, it's there. Why not do it? If you're Ryan, I think you just pass here. Yep, I think he's just drawing up for his turn. Now, here's the thing. If Ryan can live through this attack, I mean, the Sea Strike was pretty huge. Or we call it Sea Strike, but Celestial Cataclysm was pretty huge here. It really just depends on what threats Chris has left at this point. Does Chris have something that can truly, like another Take Flight, something where he has to, like, doesn't have to have another card to give it go again? Looks like we have 11 people sticking out there. Oh, we have over here the Vanguard. We have 11 people sticking out with us. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you can, please follow. Please share this around. We do this every single week. I'm going to Vegas next week, but we even have a plan set up to where there's still going to be a stream out there for you guys. We stream on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you guys again. Thank you just for watching. This is round 4 of our 5-round Swiss. And we do still have a top cut coming for you guys. Top cut's looking to be super competitive. We are playing for the chain kit here. Also, we have pack pricing. Collective is super friendly with their pack pricing here. Like I said, I've said it again, over and over again. When Nationals comes up, you guys need to come check out the Collective. It's super fun place to hang out, super fun place to play. It's in Orlando, so if you're in Orlando for Nats anyway, it's a great place to come check out and just hang out. And a lot of friendly players, a lot of competitive players. A lot of the top, if you look at the top leaderboards, I think like a good 30% of it is in Orlando. Not even just Florida, but like in Altamont Springs or Orlando. So super glad to have you guys here if you do come down. So Ryan blocking the Via the Vanguard. With his Oath of the Arknight. Or I'm sorry, Become the Arknight. So that's not an attack action, so it's not going to further buff the Via the Vanguard. It just depends, like, how much more follow-up. Oh, that's so good on Chris's side. So he has charge, so it's going to go in his soul if it hits. It's already buffed by 1 because of Via the Vanguard. So you're just looking at, like, what's a really strong turn here already. This could be the turn that might put Ryan too much on the back foot. But as I was saying, guys, if you are down here in Orlando for Nationals or that calling, please check out. Please check out the Collective. They have been super nice to us. The pack pricing is phenomenal. The prices are phenomenal, and it's just a great place to hang out and play. All right, and we're going to see Ryan go down to 7 here, 7 to 16, but I really think Chris's deck is running very low here. That might be I haven't really been paying attention to the Via the Vanguards, but that's at least the second one. I don't believe he has a third one, but I might have just missed it. But yeah, I think he might be out of Via the Vanguards here, which would be huge for Ryan. So we just have a take flight. Now, I think if Ryan can honestly adopt the strategy of just living, honestly, I think at this point, Chris is actually at the more of the detriment here. I think his deck is much lower, requires much more specific cards to be good. And we're just going to see a Raiden swing here. Now, he could give this go again. He has another card in hand. He has another card in arsenal. Ryan's going to block it with an Oath of the Arknight. He's going to give it go again. And a Celestial Cataclysm from Arsenal for 7. This is threatening lethal. Ryan's going to probably block it with 2 cards. Because he's charged this turn, if he blocks an attack, it goes up by 1. So it is going to be 8. So yeah, Ryan will take 2 here. That is super strong. But like we've been saying, the one thing to note is Chris's soul is empty now. So it's getting to the point where Ryan might just be adopting the block strategy. He does have a sigil in his hand for another 3 life. But Ryan has to be really careful if Chris charges. I don't know how many courageous steel hands are left either. He could give the grave a quick look through to make sure he doesn't have any more. But if Ryan decides to maybe say oh, I won't block here to buff it, and then he gets hit with the courageous steel hand, could feel really bad. Oh, so I was wrong. There is one more Via the Vanguard here. I think if I was Ryan and I was in his spot, I think if you can live this turn, this is probably fine here. But that's a big ask because this Via the Vanguard is coming in for 5 now. And it's been charged. So we're definitely going to see at least 1 go again here. And then the Raiden will be coming in for at least 5 as well, if not more. Yep, so I think the Sigil makes the life total even. So no life technically lost or gained. Then the Raiden's going to come in, and then no more attacks here. Ryan does survive through the other Via the Vanguard turn. I don't know what's been stuck in Chris's arsenal this entire time. It's been there for quite a while. Time has to be becoming a factor here. 5 to 16. Chris's turn. It's been Chris has basically had 3 straight turns in a row where Ryan's just blocked. But it's got to be getting to the point where just another take flight. So that's another card that Ryan's going to have to deal with here. And he blocks with the Sonata Arcanic. So the thing that really messes up these Bolton decks is that the Viserai deck is one of the few decks that actually plays a lot of non-attack actions that's able to block effectively against them.
Keep track of my next round battle pack.
Oh, that's mine. Thank you.
That's my next round battle pack.
And he blocks Raiden with the Oath of the Arknight. Gives it go again. What's Chris going to follow up with here? Oh, a Command and Conquer. I think if you're Ryan, so you're going to take, even if you block with one card, you're going to, or block with both cards, you're going to probably take one because at least one of them is most likely an attack. But you're probably still fine here. You're just going to deck Chris out at this point. I also don't know the size. Ryan's deck is a little hard to tell from this angle, like how much is in there. Oh, and he hits the Mauvrian Skies that Ryan had arsenaled earlier. And Ryan just passes. Oh, his deck is looking very thin as well. But Chris is actually out. No, Chris has one card left in deck. This is going to come down straight to the wire. Ryan has one more Sigil of Solace in his hand. I will say this. If Ryan can get to the point where he has at least one card to swing with the Nebula Blade and Chris has nothing, like the Raiden does nothing on its own. So this is super close here. Does Chris have enough to charge, give something a buff, and go again? So Ryan has to think really carefully here. So we saw Chris's hand. There is not a Courageous Steel hand in it, I believe, if I saw correctly. So we know that there is no danger if Ryan decides to take this at this point. That does not make Ryan feel any better, like at this point. However, he does have Sigil in his hand. So even if Chris were to Courageous Steel hand here, he does have Sigil.
Oh, he took it.
He took it. So Ryan's actually going to be able to... Is he just going to Arsenal? Or he's just looking at his Arsenal. Okay. Oh, no, he was thinking about Arsenaling that card. Command and Conquer. We're going to try to get that card out of his arsenal. And we have 5 Rune Chants coming in just for good measure. This is a great play by Ryan because you have to, like, now the life totals almost don't matter. The cards are what matters. He takes all of it, and it was a Soul Shield. Oh. So we know it was stuck there for so long. I believe Ryan just arsenaled the sigil. Chris does have more cards at this point, so it's really tough to see exactly like who's going to come out on this one. Now, Chris just does something where he charges a card, and like Ryan doesn't eat the bait. Oh, but if he plays that, doesn't that hit for 4?
Express Lightning, yeah.
Oh, but that's a yellow. So it only hits for 3. So Ryan can just sigil in response here and keep the cards in his hand. Oh no, Ryan, you gave him the... No, just sigil here. I don't think that's the right play because you're gonna actually give him the chance to give it go again and actually hit you. Oh, but Chris decides not to? Did he not charge the Express Lightning?
Oh, I don't think
he didn't. He didn't charge the Express Lightning. He just threw it down. Ryan's going to swing Nebula Blade for 1-1. And this could be how the game ends here if Ryan's able to just keep blocking out.
Create another Rune Chant.
So Ryan will create a Rune Chant here. The last 2 cards in his hand, I think, only block for 2, but they are non... Oh, there is a Vexing Malice, so that'll block for 3. But that is really dangerous because... Another Express Lightning here. If he blocks with just the... Oh, but he doesn't charge it again, so he's just going to block here. Yeah, and then I think... Oh my god, I think Ryan's able to pull this out. Goes to 1, create another Rune Chant. I like that he does go put it back in his deck. Like, and then draws it. Oh, what's this? Oh, that was just for 1. Ryan's going to take it now. Oh my god, that is the craziest game I've ever seen. Ryan will take it here all the way down to the wire. Both players, that was super crazy. That was like one of the most grueling back and forth matches I think I've ever seen. I've never actually seen a Bolton deck out. Um, that came down to literally the last card in both players' decks. That's one of the best games of Flesh and Blood I've ever seen. It really was. So yeah, there's 13 of you guys. Stick around. We're gonna bring that had to go pretty much to time, if not very close to. So round 5 should be coming up very, very shortly. So we have how much? 12 minutes. All right, I'll stick around and talk to you guys. We got Chris. Chris, come on. But we do have one more round of Swiss coming up. That round was super close, having both players go down to basically 1. Super exciting to watch. Ryan did win, so Ryan was able to deck out the Bolton player. Did you win?
Yeah.
You sound upset about that.
I want to go let my dogs out.
Can't let. There's no roommates or anything.
I don't live at home, but my parents are like, we're going to the Notre Dame FSU game. Can you stay the night with the dogs? And I was like, okay. So I mean, I let them out earlier, but I don't want them to
just go bring them here.
So. Okay. So true. I played against Azalea.
Oh, neat.
I never played against her before. I was like, what's that do? What's that do? What's that do? What's that do? I'm pretty sure I just read like an entire novel that last round.
Yeah, that's fine. But you still got it, so.
Yeah, and now I'm gonna sit across from like Bolton or Chan and be like, yeah, you got it. I'm gonna go pet my dogs.
Aw. Well, that's great. I think it's awesome that you were able to come out there and get more people out.
Yeah,
There's 24 people here today.
I'm just gonna keep coming until I've converted everyone to a Pokemon player. Hey, I saw you finish your game early. I got 2 decks on me. Next thing you know, what is that? Oh yeah, mind control. That's what it's called. I forgot what it's called.
Mind control.
Mind control. How to play Pokemon.
Oh my god.
Bus guy. Yeah, my bus guy army.
Oh, please no. Please no. Please no. All right. So we will be right back with round 5. We'll try to find a win and in for you guys. Keep it exciting. There are again. Oh, they just pair round 5, so we're actually going to jump straight into round 5. I won't even go to the Be Right Back screen. We're just going to go stick right on this screen. So don't go anywhere. We'll be going straight into round 5, but I will mute the mic. But we'll be right back. Welcome back, Flesh and Blood fans. There are 12 of you that were hanging out, going straight into round 5. Let me fix this guy too. Straight into round 5, we have V and Kevin. V will be on Dash. Kevin will be, of course, on Ninja. This is a win-in. This is table 4. So we went down a little bit on the table in the pairings. Try to find you like a playoff before the playoffs. Oh yeah, he finally flipped them over. Thanks for hanging out, Bayo. FFT, thank you so much. Thank you for hanging out with us. We have a great match. This is a win-in between a Dash player and a Ninja. The Dash player I have not seen around before, so I think I'm not sure if they're a new player entirely, but they're definitely a new player for here at the collective. Great to have new players as well. We do see that the Whelming Gust Wave is coming down already, which does get equipment on turn 1. Sometimes they really want that Whelming Gust Wave to hit, but I don't know. I feel like letting the Whelming Gust Wave hit on turn 1 doesn't feel as bad, because even if they get all the way through like Lord of Wind and whatever, then like the Lord of Wind's kind of like not great here anyway. But I also see the merit of also not letting the Whelming hit. Oh wow. That is something you don't see very often. The Dash player was playing Hope Merchant's Hood. I used to play it a lot in Dorinthia in Welcome to Wraith meta. What it does is it allows you to shuffle any number of cards in your hand back into your deck and draw that many cards. Great for hand fixing. Back when Dorinthia in Welcome to Wraith format didn't really have a good helmet to use, it's kind of the helmet was a go-to to kind of fix those hands of all reds, something like that. So really interesting to see it getting used here. So now you have to kind of wonder, like, what are they going to do with that? With that brand new hand. We're just going to load up the gun in the chamber. Shoot the gun. Coming in for 2 here. Probably going to have go again. Now we're just deciding on what to do with that go again. Do you try to race the Ninja here? Do you go start boosting off the top of your deck? We're just going to load up the gun with one of the floating resources. We have 2 remaining. We're going to throttle. Throttle does hit with go again, so that's going to be 6 damage. That's up to Kevin whether or not he wants to let that happen. The gloves did need to happen before the boost goes through. But it looks like he's going to let that slide. I think you're okay with the gloves kind of popping here anyway. Better on a throttle than like something like a Command and Conquer. But just know that if you guys are playing in your matches coming up, just make sure that anything that's like an action like that needs to happen before the attack. All right, so we're going to use the Teklo Heart. We are going to get up to 2 resources here. And we're going to use those 2 resources to get another induction chamber. That was pretty solid. Pretty good turn there. And here we see Kevin kind of start his turn with the ever-present Kodachi for 1. Follows it up with a Soul Bead Strike. If it hits, you would get go again, but it does not hit. It's got covered up with a sink below there. The mech is kind of in a great position here. Once you start getting these items, like you blocking out against the ninja doesn't feel nearly as bad. So we're gonna give it go again with the induction chamber. I do appreciate the pace of play from the from the mech player. Very fast, kind of fast decision making. It's great. Especially if you're playing a more controlled deck, you guys don't want to go to time. Going to time and getting a tie doesn't feel very good, especially in Flesh and Blood. Ties are very bad. Oh, we're just gonna play the Spark of Genius. I think that's a Spark of Genius for 0. So we are gonna get the Teklo Core. Yeah, that's super strong here. Teklo Core is gonna come in with 2 steam counters, and every turn you lose a steam counter. And then you gain 2 resources. You get to do that for 2 turns. So basically for 2 turns in a row, you get 2 free resources just from the ether. So imagine if like your tunic was on twice for 2 turns in a row. It's very strong. So going into Kevin's turn, it'll be interesting here to see if what he can do to follow up. He kind of needs to really get back tempo here. Starts with the Plunder Run from Arsenal and a leg tap. Probably one of the best ways to start it off to get tempo back. I mean, leg tap for 4, or leg tap for 7 with go again if it hits draw card. Super, super strong. Getting into that, like pretty much guaranteeing you're going to get a Rising Knee Thrust in some way. Either you have it in hand, or if this hits, you're going to draw a card. Looks like we're blocking for 3, maybe deciding on some other things. Probably going to use a, yep. Going to use a defense reaction, going to use that Fate Foreseen. Fate Foreseen is going to let you look at the top card. You get to either put it on top or bottom. Leave it on top. So we fully covered up the leg tap. The thing about the Plunder Run that's kind of crazy, we kind of talked about it in the chain matchup. The draw card effect is always on for the entire turn. So whether or not it's not on the next attack action card, right? It's just the next attack action card that hits gets to draw you a card. And that's why Plunder Run is just so strong here. Oh my god, we're gonna cover it up. I'm pretty sure this was a E-Strike for 7 here, and we're gonna block 7 again. We gave up 4 cards. So if we kept a blue, we can actually still even put on like decent pressure here with just the gun. Oh, and we still have the Teklo Heart for 2 free resources. We're just gonna shoot the gun. Probably give it go again. Use the 2 resources that are floating. Load up some more gun stuff. Gun, another induction chamber. Shoot the gun. Probably give it go again. Yep. And then if that's a blue, load everything back up and maybe shoot the gun one more time. Yep, that's exactly what happens. That is a pretty solid play there, especially when you're able to cover up everything so efficiently. Block for exactly 7 each time. Kevin here starting his turn with, again, Kodachi for 1, but then going straight into a Surging Strike. Ooh, and then V just takes the Surging Strike. Gonna activate Katsu, discards a blue head jab. We're probably gonna go find, yep, the Whelming Gust Wave. Now, Whelming Gust Wave here is gonna do double duty. If it hits, it'll draw 2 cards. If you're V, I do not think you let this hit. As best you can. And we're going to see a block for 4 here, and they're going to use the... Kevin's going to use the breaking skills, give it +1, get over by 1, draw 2 cards. I don't know if any of those cards are super impactful, to be completely honest. Is that a Mugenshi release in hand? I would take it back.
Who's on stream tape?
Kevin was able to follow up with that Mugenshi release. I wonder if it was one of the cards that he drew. This is super scary if you're V at this point. I don't know if, yeah, there is at least one full surging strike line in the discard already. And I think with the go again, we're just gonna swing a Kodachi, go to 1, and arsenal the last card. Very strong turn from Kevin. The one thing I will say is you did get the breaking skills out of Kevin. So if he's not able to follow it up, or you don't have to worry about the breaking skills anymore. You can cover things up more securely. You still of course have to worry about the ancestral empowerments and stuff. But let's say you overblock by 1, it feels a lot better because you're not worried about the ancestral breaking scales. All right, we're just gonna pistol dash, going doing pistol dash things. Oh, we're just gonna arsenal, leave that last resource or last steam counter on the other induction chamber. Kevin really thinking about his turn here. I mean, the Art of War. Sometimes I think Art of War kind of slows turns a little bit down on the player who has it, because you just there's more options here. Art of War has a couple modes you want to pick from. Do I pick the +1? Do I pick the go again? We're gonna start with the Art of War, pitching a Whelming Gust Wave. So we have 2 resources floating for the rest of the turn. To use. We're going to banish an attack action, draw 2. And I'm assuming we pick the +1. Most of the time Ninja will pick +1 because they have so many inherent go again. So the E-Strike was able to hit. We're going to trigger Katsu. What are we going to find off Katsu? This is super huge here because he's already able to find an action, like a combo action. And so if he's got any of the starters in his hand, this is going to be... if Kevin has any of these starter cards in his hand, it's going to be super strong here. Also, I think the whelmings might be if Kevin was looking for whelming, so we just get Flusterfist. I think Flusterfist. Most people don't usually play the actual head jabs to turn on Flusterfist, but as you can see, Kevin's got one in the graveyard already. It's a very interesting pickup. I think if you're getting Flusterfist, you're kind of proving that either my turn's gonna be very generic, or actually have the head jab. Wow, we have the Scar for Scar with Go again because when it was played, Kevin was lower on life. If it hits, Kevin will draw a card. We do know what the last card in Kevin's hand is a Razor. If Kevin really wants that card, they can definitely get it. Oh, we're gonna go to reactions, and Kevin will play the Razor, going over by 3, drawing 2 cards drawing a card because of Mask. And I think we're just going to play the Flusterfist here. This was a super strong turn from Kevin. And look, you can look at it. Nothing here really looks like it gels together on its own. Art of War is just such a strong card to be able to kind of put this all together. And then just a Flusterfist. What a wild turn here. Nothing synergizes like on its own in this. Like, look at Kevin's combat chain. Nothing here like truly synergizes on its own. It's all just a good pile of stuff that has Go again in some way, shape, or form. Looks like we're still just going to be able to put on that pressure. Still just going to go gun, 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 I believe, from the Dash player. Pistol Dash has been it's kind of in an interesting place right now, right? I mean, it does a lot of things that you want it to do. It blocks out very well. A lot of the defense reactions that they use, block for 4, which is kind of that break point that a lot of decks try to get to. A lot of their cards block for 3, which is something that other decks can't really do as well. Mm. So we did 0 to 60 here. It did have Go again, so we're going to use the Tekla Foundry Heart. We hit 2 cards, so we go back up to 2 resources. We're going to spend 1 to load an Induction Chamber. Give that Go again. And I think we're going to spend 1 to shoot the pistol one more time. Yep, so we see the Katsu player decided to hold on to every single card in their hand. I think they can put on enough pressure. Blocking pistol hits does always feel kind of not to your benefit. I mean, they're just 2 damage pings over and over again. Wow, and Kevin's turn just with the follow-up with the captain's call and a 2 Kodachis and a head jab. At this point, you feel like you have to block the head jab because you don't want to let them draw any more cards. That does trigger Mask here. We did not get any cards out of the Dash player's hand just yet. we are gonna break the barkbone strap or barkbone strapping. No, barkbone strapping's the brute one. This one does when you break it, you gain 2 resources, so we get a free surging strike. Who I think. Hold on.
Alright guys, what's going on? AJ stepped out, I don't know where he went, so I've decided to take his spot. How's everyone's day going? Looks like we got a judge call going on over here. Can someone in chat update me what's going on right now? Yo, you're the stream man now? I don't know where AJ went, so I just I think he's doing a judge call right now, so I just walked in here.
So tell the people what's happening. Oh, V
I don't-
and Kevin are still playing?
I don't know what happened. That's why I was like, I asked the chat if someone could update me with what's this judge call
No,
about.
bro, you're supposed to be paying nonstop attention.
Well, I just walked in here.
No, unacceptable.
I was playing my game.
Who's watching? Who's watching? Who we got here? We got.
Nick.
Which one's Nick? This one?
Muck Duck.
Oh, okay.
All the way up top.
Who's this? I've been seeing Thagor all
I
day.
don't know who Thagor is.
Yo, I'm so glad that V's been playing well though. I'm pretty sure they're
She new
super
playing?
new. Yeah,
Oh, dude,
came
sick.
last week.
Oh, dude.
And actually V came in second last week when we weren't streaming it. And I don't think V had ever played that many matches of Flesh and Blood back to back. So by the end of it, they were pretty beat. So they actually conceded the finals match to Zach because they were not. They'd never played that many games back to back.
Should have showed up last week. I was at the beach, enjoying myself.
I was at a road to Nats. Was that last week? Yeah.
I
Getting
was
second.
hanging out in the pool.
But it's it's his business.
Took
Yeah,
a
we
nap.
were able to fix the game state as best we could.
What happened? I was asking.
Kevin had already hit with a card early in the turn, and then he closed the chain.
Yeah.
And then he
Dude,
searched.
look at
off.
Cooper. He's passed out.
What's the record?
4-1.
Oh, you're.
Zoe, you see my brother?
Sure.
Does he look like you? No, he's like a toddler. Oh.
Ugh.
Ow.
Like my dad.
Dad. What do you mean it's like your
That's
dad?
my dad's different. You're 12 and 20 years older than him.
Oh yeah. I'm
So we were able
16 years
to
old.
correct the game state as much as possible. The Katsu player had already hit with an attack action card that turn, so the trigger there with the Katsu is not legal. We were able to rewind it as best we could. I mean, again, casual level game here. We did apply the official or the correct rewind there. So we see the V's trying to apply some pressure. Really has to get to a point where the Katsu player blocks with cards from their hand. Otherwise, the game's pretty much a lock. Once you're under Kodachi lock, it's just a really tough place to be. We do hit another 0 to 60. 0 to 60 does hit, does have go again, so that's 4 damage coming in. One more card left in hand.
Oh, it's another 0 to 60. She's chilling. Or it's a blue pitch. She's also good.
Right. I totally. I mean, I think you want another attack here because, well, if this hits, well, I guess yeah, you're gonna get at least one card out of the Katsu.
Okay, he's gonna block it. So I think that's great.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
just want to strip a second card from hand if you can. I don't know how possible that is though. Because if you get to a point where you guys are both at 1 health, you trade way more efficiently than he does.
yep, absolutely. And
That's one of the drawing points of mech is that it is a control stopper.
correct. We do have to arsenal the card. If I had to guess, it's probably a defense reaction, which you would probably see right here on the leg tap.
I see a leg tap here. It's pretty good. If it is a defense reaction, that's wonderful.
Oh, well, we do
Well,
have a
it's from
defense
hand,
reaction
good
from hand. Good hand.
See a sink, drawing a card.
If this is an ancestral, oh, this is just a snatch. So that is the last card in Kevin's hand. So we actually do have a chance where
I think V is still sitting pretty.
Do you have to give up 2 cards? So we just have 2 cards in hand, or 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal.
Yeah, I mean that does kind of suck, but at the same time, you know, you have a blue pitch for 4. Assuming there is a blue in hand. And
Yeah,
that
it is a blue in
pitch.
hand, and we kind of got out of the woods there a little bit because because that was an item. So if Kevin
Yeah.
had any other attack,
If he had literally if he just had a Kodachi,
Yeah.
he was winning that game. Do you see my message about your fries, AJ?
I did. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Were they good?
They were delicious. Those seasoned fries are on point. All right,
I
Kevin's
had
down
some,
to
I just thought
1.
they had regular fries. Rob told me to get Cajun curly fries. I was like,
Let's go.
all right, sure.
I will take some Cajun curly fries.
Thank Rob for it. He gave me $20 and his meal was like 10. He's like, get yourself
The
something.
baller, bro.
It's like, all right, Rob.
All right, and
I
this is
see
where,
you.
unfortunately, this kind of looks like this might be the end of the game, or not.
Ooh, okay, yep. And I think with that, V might win.
Yeah, actually,
Unless there's a razor reflex.
unless there's a razor. I mean, if we're staring at a razor, there is not a razor.
If it is a razor, V's the baller, has the defense react in Arsenal, and just like ran.
Easy clap. No, I think actually this might be where V wins the game. I mean, kind of under a Kodachi lock of their own.
Mech Kodachi lock is honestly better than Kodachi
Oh
lock.
yeah, of course, sitting for 2 every turn.
Yeah, instead
Yeah,
of
over and
like-
over again.
And also, like, eventually, she'll get to a point where she gets to keep 2 cards in hand and then swing 3
Oh
times.
yeah,
and then at that point, you
that's
just
a
win.
lock. But we only got 2. Oh no, we only got 2 cards out of Kevin's hand, and we start with the plunder run into just straight up into a. That's still.
That's just 6, right?
Yeah, it doesn't even feel that good.
Yeah,
if you're,
I mean, you go block 2.
just block 2 and move on.
Yeah. See a spark of genius and.
Oh no!
Oh
Heart.
no!
There it is. The ancestral.
Spoke too soon.
I can't see what that is. Oh, there's a.
Uh,
Oh, there's a
Maximum
maximum
velocity?
velocity. I wonder if they forgot to take out that card.
You know, I got hit by maximum velocity today. Actually, I didn't get hit by it. I full blocked it, but he got it off against me.
All right, so that is a wrap for round 5. Congrats to Evan, who's 4-1, who's streaming with me at this very moment.
Pretty neat.
He's going to the top 8. I believe Kevin should also be making it to top 8
Yep.
now. V will be on the bubble.
They 3-2.
They
Or
should
is
be.
Kevin 4-1?
Kevin should be 4-1 and V should be 3-2, I believe. If they're not 3-2 and they're 2-3, then there's no chance. But if they are 3-2, they're on the bubble. There will be a bunch of 3-2s that make it, I believe, because
4 should bubble.
Yeah.
Or 4 will make it. 3 will
yeah,
bubble,
because there's
3 will
only
bubble.
there was only 23 to start, and we've had some drops. So definitely some 3-2s will make it. So if you're 3-2, you're
I
not
ran
just
the
like
numbers. There's like 3.5 X1s or better, which means they're probably like 4 X1s, and 4 X2s will make it with like 3 or 4 bubbling out.
Alright.
Steven, what's your record?
So we'll be right back with Top Cut. So don't go anywhere. Share this around. Share it with
Please
people.
watch.
Please
hit
watch.
Follow.
Hit the follow.
Hit the sub.
Let's go.
Twitch Prime. It's free if you have Amazon Prime.
We have 14 in the chat right now. Let's try
Thank
to
you,
get it to
guys.
20 before top 8.
There's not
start.
much time left around, so we'll be back pretty soon. Thank you
Yeah.
guys for watching.
We'll be right back. What is going on, Flesh and Blood fans? If you are sticking with us, we're in hour like 5. I'm going a little crazy, but we have finally entered top 8. This first top 8 match, as you guys have been watching, if you're still here, Viscerai versus Katsu. Both of these players were on stream early in the day. This is our 8th seed versus our 1 seed. So Jeff is the 1 seed today. Congrats to him. Ryan is the 8th seed. Congrats to him for sneaking in. Couple people bubbled out. Alex was unfortunately got 9th, and then another buddy of ours, Chris, who was also on stream earlier, he was bubbled out at 10th. But we see a great game going on here. We see Jeff coming down with the Art of War. Looks like it's 30-32. Not sure exactly what turn it is. But yeah, this has been going to be a great game. I love that Viscerai was able to make top 8 today. Ryan's been working on this Viscerai list for a long time. We know he's playing a bunch of Consuming Volitions. We know that Jeff here is going to be pretty aggro with his Katsu list. Definitely not control. This does have this either has +1 or it has go again. Would not be surprised if it had go again or +1 at this point if he was able to like kind of look through his turn. Either way, Ryan's blocking for at least 5 here. Jay Lockwood with the sub. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As always, your subs mean so much to us here at Adventure Company Gaming. Without you guys, I don't know if I'd still be doing this. I mean, we've been doing it. We had Fest was on his 5th month. Jay Lockwood on his 3rd month. Thank you guys so much. It really just means so much that like you guys care enough to come and watch. More than anything, and the fact that you care so much to even toss a few bucks at it, it really means just so much to me, and really happy to be able to bring these games to you guys. Florida is one of the most competitive environments out there. Despite being so competitive, we're super friendly, and really just this whole streaming thing came around because I just wanted to be able to bring you guys great content. And yeah, it's been a ride. Like I said, I think our longest sub is Fest at 5 months. And if it's been 5 months, it's almost half a year of doing this, which feels really crazy to me. It just definitely doesn't feel like it's been that long. But yeah, it's been a wild ride. We were hoping to improve some stuff out here for you guys. I think the mat was a good first touch, baby steps. This mat is, we try to make it as clean as possible. So eventually the next thing we want to do is get the life counter off the table and more so on the screen itself. And then we want to also get the cards to pop up for you guys. It's probably going to be an after all the callings and stuff coming up because we're going to be doing that a lot. But we do have kind of plans to have people streaming here while we're at the callings. I think Evan has actually taken on the mantle of streaming at least this weekend coming up while we're all in Vegas. It's going to be a lot of fun. So for those of you that don't know what the players are playing for, I don't know the exact pack breakdown. But there were 23 players. So in the prize pool, there are 46 packs available for grabs. I don't know what that will break down to exactly. But like I said, Collective is super awesome. It's a $5 entry and 2 packs go into the pool for every entry. So basically, like if you're doing well, you basically are buying packs at $250 for the community. That's already great enough. And then if you win, it's so great. So also what the players are playing for, I have it with me, and if this round ends before other rounds, we'll cut back to my face, which we haven't seen all day. But I'll hold up. They're playing for a Cold Foil Galaxy Black. One of the coolest things that LSS does as a company is they really provide prize support at the local level that people actually care about. That's something that I just applaud them so much. XAHJK, I don't know how to say your name phonetically, but thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you for the sub. Did not see that come through yet at all, but thank you so much. That sub, like I said, it means so much to us over here, and we're just trying to bring you good content. And I know for me, I've watched a lot of streams, not just of Flesh and Blood, but other games, and if there's no commentary, good, bad, or ugly, however there is about commentary, it's kind of boring to watch games that are just 2 players slinging cards with some store noise in the background. So it's just something I really want to bring to you guys. And if you guys want to chat, that'd be great. Looks like a hype train is close. I don't Twitch very often, so I guess a hype train is close. That'd be cool. That'd be like the most I've ever seen. We did have 14 people watching. If you guys haven't already, please share it around. This is our top 8. So coming from I know you guys know how top 8 works, but of course from here we'll go from top 8 to top 4. And then of course our finals match, which is sure to be hype. I hope it's a little biased because Adventure Co. Ryan here he's on the team, so we're excited to have him in top 8. I kind of hope he wins, but not just for that reason, but because he's bringing the spicy Viscerai list, which it's not Chain, right? So like I have nothing really against Chain other than I feel like warp the game just a little bit, little fast right now. I hope some of this ice stuff coming out slows it back down a bit, but the fact that this Viscerai list has been proven to compete, Ryan's gotten he got his Rotonats, he got a top 4 at Rotonats off this Viscerai list. Fortunately, I did have to end his run as Prism. I think Prism is actually really tough for this Viscerai list to take care of, but it does have a really good chain matchup, I actually feel like. Because he's playing so many consuming volitions, I think he's able to disrupt chain just enough. And of course, this Command and Conquer with 6 rune chance and 6 off the back end. Oh, we're seeing Jeff wants to get rid of 2 ancestral empowerments. I mean, you never want to see that, but the nice thing is they do block for 3. It's probably like one of the few attack reactions that blocks for 3. All right, so despite that big turn from Ryan, we do have Jeff. He's got a Art of War. Was he able to pitch for that? Did he have a tunic counter? I think he had a tunic counter. I'm going to assume Ryan knows usually that costs 1. I'm just going to assume he had a tunic counter. I didn't really see it come off. Might have done it really fast. And we do just see Kodachi into a Rising Knee Thrust. Rising Knee Thrust does make the helmet active, but Ryan's just going to choose the block 2 or block 3 here. It doesn't have go again though, unfortunately. XAH has gifted 1 sub to view. Hey, let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you for that gifted sub. This is crazy. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. That's all I can say is just thank you. So Sonata Arcanix, unfortunately that's the second time on stream I've seen Ryan miss completely whiff off of Sonata Arcanix. It's kind of one of those cards, it's like a lot like Tome of the Arknight, where if it hits it feels great, when it doesn't hit it just does not feel nearly as good. Just in case you're wondering, this is not some kind of OTK Sonata Arcanix build, even though he is running them. Also running the chess piece. He does run both, but not for the typical like, oh, I'm gonna pop Sonata Arcanix and like draw like 10 attack actions and go off with a bunch of meet and greets and stuff like that. No, just a more typical tempo Viscerai list. You know, coming in for like that mixed damage that's kind of really awkward for opponents to block both. Sometimes they just really don't have the blues in hand to block arcane damage as much as they'd like. And it's just really tough sometimes to come in with that mixed damage for them. We do see Jeff kind of coming in with his own. The mask is live here if that leg tap hits. 4 damage. It's just that breakpoint. Ryan does not seem to have the reduced to rune chant that he seems to really like in this situation to cover that up to 4 exactly. So if he does want to stop this, it's going to probably command 2 resources from him. And when I say resources, I don't mean like literal resources. I just mean like resource as in like a card from hand and an equipment block or something like that. And it looks like he just put a dice on his Bloodchief Skeleton there, so that's exactly what he did. He blocked with the Slogism there and then the Bloodchief Skeleton. Able to block 4. Unfortunately, because we are in the other room, I do not know what he picked off this Enlightened Strike, but most likely I think this is the end of the chain. No, he picked Go again. I was going to say +2. But it looks like he picked Go again, and now he's into the Soul Bead Strike, which if it hits, that has Go again. But he is completely out of resources, so I don't think anything would follow that up, which is exactly what happened. Does hit, does have Go again, but unfortunately nothing to spend that action point on. We see Ryan start here with the Meet and Greet, which he does take the arcane damage, so now Meet and Greet does have Go again. Very, very interesting there. I think, I don't think Kevin is running... Or I'm sorry, not Kevin. Jeff is running no Null Rune gear here. That just hit me. No Null Rune. That means every arcane is guaranteed to hit. And we know Ryan is playing a lot of these Consuming Volitions. I think there's one in hand. If this hits, Ryan will make a Rune Chant. Which he might even eye up. He does make a Rune Chant. He might even eye up the... Oh, wow, here it comes. So we're going to hit with 1 more Arcane, and we're threatening to discard a card from Jeff's hand. Jeff's hand is a Surging Strike, a Command and Conquer. Is that another E-Strike? Can't really see the rest of his hand, but his hand is wild. Now, the fact that Jeff is not running a single piece of Null Rune, just saying like, hey, I'm going to race you. I don't care about this Arcane damage. I'd rather have my gloves, rather have my helmet, I'd rather have my boots. That's just a very dangerous game to play against a Viscerai list. If this was an OTK version, that's not good for you. Well, luckily for him, this is more of a tempo version, so he does have that chance to block more of it. And we do see Jeff give up the helmet. Helmet here at 11, not as impactful, but it's still 11. Still a point where Kodachi thing does kind of threaten Mask more. But now you're not really threatened by these Kodachis just yet, because now you're not worried about helmet anymore. We're just going to come in with a Kodachi to a Command and Conquer. This usually spells the end of the turn for the ninja. They don't really run things like Pummel or anything like that. Sometimes they do run a Lunging Press, which is kind of cheeky and can get sneak in a point of damage on the Command and Conquer. So they block for 6, and then you get over for 7. Take 1, and they lose that card in Arsenal, which Ryan did not want to lose because it's a Mauvrian Skies, giving his next attack Go Again. So he's going to create a Rune Chant from Viscerize Effect and take the 2 Arcane from Vexing Malice here. Vexing Malice has Go Again, and Ryan has at least 2 resources floating, so we're probably going to swing the Nebula Blade. Very strong turn from Ryan. The thing is, if this hits, he'll create more Rune Chants that Jeff cannot block. Oh, Surging Strike blocks for 2 here. So that's going to create 1. Oh, I think Ryan missed the trigger on his Mauvrian Skies. Unfortunate. He was so excited to slam down that Nebula Blade swing. He did miss the... I think he just saw it now. He already called out the Nebula Blade swing. He should have made more Rune Chants here. Jeff really having to eye up this Nebula Blade. Really tense moment at this point. Every Rune Chant is another point closer to death when you can't block it at all. Can we just give it up to everyone in top 8 right now? I mean, I have the top 8 list here with me. It looks like your top 8 players are Jeff, Martin, Kevin, Matt, Evan, Chris, B, V, and Ryan. So lots of good players there, and it looks like V's the one who lost that win in, but still, because they lost at such a late time, they were able to sneak in there. We actually had 0 undefeateds. Yeah, even our first place person had 4 wins out of 5 rounds. Kind of insane. You see Jeff just start with a Surging Strike here. If you're Ryan, you have to be scared of the Surging Strike. And he actually called it out perfectly. If he lets the Surging Strike here, I think he just has to go into a non-comboed Mugenshi release. This is not what you want to see on Jeff's side of the table. If you're Ryan here, I don't know what you think. Do you think you just want to take the 4 damage from the Mugenshi? I don't know if you give up the card there. Oh, and Ryan just has to Arsenal and pass. Yeah, see, I just don't like having to give up the card there and let the ninja player kind of have their way. This is kind of scary if you're Ryan. Now, I don't see a lot of methods to give Go Again. He does have the E-Strike, so I kind of have a feeling we're going to start with an E-Strike with Go Again here. Maybe into the Soul Bead. Something like that. Ryan does have the reduced Rune Chant. All he has to do is to get to 3 Rune Chants and then just be able to swing. And Jeff kind of just loses here if he can get to that point. Ooh, he did have the Razor. I did not see the Razor in hand. And the Rising Knee Thrust. Now Jeff is out of resources, or out of Go-Agains here. Oh no. Right. Okay, so Jeff's just getting a point of damage in there. Ryan's sitting on 5 health. Jeff's at 3, but Ryan is missing 1 crucial rune chant. I don't remember what Ryan arsenaled. If that does any arcane damage, that will be enough to finish this game out. Mauvrian skies into a weapon swing for 4. You're gonna command 2 cards or the yep, and the tunic. Definitely saw that coming. Now all Ryan has to do is find 1 arcane damage. A Vexing Malice wins this game. Jeff, on the other hand, he is really close to getting Ryan under Kodachi lock. Surging Strike. I don't know what color that is. If that is the yellow, then this red Sink Below might just be enough. Does Jeff try to burn the Rising Knee Thrust just to get Ryan closer to Kodachi lock? The thing is, all Ryan has to do really is create a rune chant and swing his Nebula Blade, and the game's pretty much over. So, like, Jeff has no cards in hand. If Ryan... Oh, Ryan chooses to block with the Bloodsheath Skeleta. And the helmet. He's going to create a rune chant using the gloves. And I think if we just swing the Nebula Blade with the Arcane, and Ryan moves on to top 4. Jeff, Jeff coming down as the first seed, going down in the first round. It's tough, man. When you're not running any Null Rune, way to stop Null Rune, it's unfortunate. You're just going to take every piece of Null Rune, or every piece of Arcane damage. You just have no way to stop it. Congrats to Ryan there. He's going on to top 4. I'm going to go see what's going on out there. We're going to try to fire off these top 8 rounds as fast as possible. Stick around. I think I saw Evan's game already ended. I don't know what was the result there. But he's another teammate we'd like to see go on, of course, as much as possible. But so we definitely have Ryan going on to top 4. And we'll see what's going on out there and make sure... See what else gets you guys the top 4 match and try to find something interesting before we finish up with the finals. So sticker. Oh, I did say we'll come back to my face, which we haven't seen all week or all day. There I am. Hello. Thank you guys for watching so much. We're still going. Don't leave. But I just wanted to show you guys real quick. This is what they are playing for. Thank you so much to LSS for these awesome promos that they give us. If you can't see, the camera's not picking up super well. This is a Cold Foil Galaxy Black promo. So the winner does walk away with this. And they also get probably close to 20 packs or somewhere near that just for their $5 entry. So if you are close to Altamont or Orlando, if you're coming for nationals or anything like that, you know, absolutely come out. It's probably one of the most fun places. The staff here just gives off a great aura. Everything's awesome. Super excited for our Tales of Aria pre-release. If you guys want to see that streamed, let us know. I'm playing in it, so it might not have commentary, but we'll definitely try to get like some vlogging going on. Make sure you guys see it. Yeah, chain cards, I know. This is the chain kit. We do have the Lexi kit. This is our second week of chain. So we have 2 more weeks of the chain kit, and then we'll go on to Lexi. I kind of like being behind for our store. I know that sounds counterproductive, but the nice thing is sometimes distro isn't always super on point. You know, sometimes things get hung up, especially like a few months ago we saw a lot of hangups. And being behind a couple weeks makes sure our players never miss out on an armory with promos. So that being said, thank you guys again for watching. Make sure you share this around as much as possible, and just really appreciate you guys hanging out. Honestly, you don't have to sub. If you sub, my heart goes out to you, and I really appreciate it. It really means a lot. But again, just sitting here watching, hanging out with me, and while we're streaming, getting ready for Vegas, that's more than enough, and I really appreciate you guys. But that being said, we'll be right back. You guys get to listen to the epic music, and we'll be right back with top 4. Thank you. Welcome back. Top four. Let's go. So funny enough, this is actually a really cool matchup. The reason we picked this one is it's a literal rematch of the win in. So this one in particular, uh one, it doesn't have chain, which I've seen enough chain. You're probably gonna see a chain in finals. We'll see what happens. But this one, I just think it's really cool to have like what was the final round of Swiss kind of come back into like the actual playoffs. See if maybe V can get some revenge. She does really well playing against this Katsu list. I mean, it was down to the wire. Both players could have taken it. Kevin did take it the first time. So we'll just have to see what happens. Uh, this is going to be a great match. I really love seeing like rematches like this. I wonder if V will at some point, or not at some point, but has decided to maybe side a little bit differently. Maybe pick out some different cards. Maybe she just didn't see anything that worked the first time. Maybe we're gonna try to go more aggressive, more control, less control. I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out. I'm super excited for it. Hope you guys are out there too. I hope you're excited for Flesh and Blood hanging out with us. Tales of Aria coming out. Super awesome set. Everything we've seen so far, I'm super excited for. What do you guys think the last class is? I've heard some rumors. I don't know. I've heard Wizard, Shaman, Runeblade. Anything could be. Who knows? I don't know. If it's a Runeblade, I hope it's completely different than the Runeblades we have already. Don't need to see another just gotta go fast class, hopefully. But who knows? Super excited to see it either way. I am gonna run out there if they don't put out one soon, just to make sure they have a life counter on screen for you guys. Because of course, easier for me. Don't want to have to. All right, guys. I think it's 36 to 42 now, or like 39. So either way, uh, super excited to see this matchup. Dash has been proven to me like if they can get an item early, that's probably like the biggest sign that they have a chance to win this game. That's really tough for them. If they kind of dirtle around a little bit too much and don't get to see their items, uh, who knows? Who knows what happens there? Because really, what Dash wants to do, I think, in this matchup is block as much as possible. Perfect. Life counter. Hoping it's Wizard. Here's why I don't think it's Wizard. And that's I don't know. I don't have a hope really too much either way. I just hope it's interesting and fun. The only thing I have to think it's not Wizard is because it's got part Earth, and part Earth it looks like part Earth wants to buff physical damage, and that would just be really weird for Wizard. So I don't know. Could be completely different than other Wizards, than like Kano. But I think just because if Lexi didn't exist and the last hero we were waiting on was Ice Lightning, I would be like, there's no way it's not Wizard in my head without knowing it's Ranger. Because like Ice Lightning feels very close to what a Wizard can be, but just because it's Earth, I'm just not on the Wizard train for the last class. Could be, don't know for sure, but definitely that's kind of like where I'm at. Hope you guys are as excited for this finals match, or not finals, top four match as I am. I love having locals that are super competitive that we go all the way through a top eight. I mean, think about it. There were 23 people here, 23, 24, somewhere in there. We had 5 rounds cut to a top eight. You don't see that even in some RTNs across the country. Now, somewhere like in the 80s, but you don't always see that at every RTN. So just super excited to have like such a good turnout for our armories. Make sure, again, if you are local to Orlando, Altamont Springs, check us out for our pre-release. It's going to be on the 18th, which is a Saturday at 12, and then we'll actually be having an armory that very next day as well. So you get like a double dose of Flesh and Blood. All right, so we see Kevin got to go first, which I believe he got to go first last time.
They did it by seeding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kevin got to go first, which is kind of the same as last time. So it's interesting here to see that kind of the same thing happened. where V was forced to use a piece of equipment very early to make sure that Kevin did not draw cards and kind of extend his turn. Earth defense based wizard would be interesting. I'm not arguing with you at all. That does sound very interesting. Maybe a little bit of healing mixed in there. Make a dread scythe worth playing against something. Who knows? Ooh, we see that V forced to use the boots because they missed on the boost there. I think the next wizard will be very different from Kano regardless. You know what? They've done a good job of doing that for most of the heroes that come out that have been based on another class. Or not based on another class, but have shared a class with the previous hero. Like, Bolton doesn't play... There's similarities between Bolton and Dorinthia, both kind of punished for blocking. But, like, Bolton plays super different than Dorinthia does. And Viserai plays super different than Chain does. And I could go on and on. It looks like Bravo is going to be very different than Oldham. It looks like Lexi is going to be very different than Azalea. So I agree. I think they have a good shot. I trust in LSS. They've done a very good job so far. But it does look like Kevin is planning to race here. V does decide to block the second Kadachi to stop the mask. Kevin just kind of took everything there. Okay. Sure. Oh, sick. So we see the Torn of Tempo got fully blocked. Torn of Tempo is just such a good card. 1 damage for 5, is it? And if it hits go again, that's just so strong in Ninja. Commanding those blocks from the other player. The Ancestral Empowerment does allow Kevin to draw a card, but I guess it wasn't enough to get it. Yeah, it wasn't enough to get over the 6 block. We are going to go into a kind of a blank whelming gust wave here. It's just 3 damage. I think Kevin's doing his best to absolutely command as much blocking from V as possible. V still had a blue in hand to be able to load up the induction chamber and the pistol. Gonna fire the pistol. Looks like we're gonna get in probably 4 damage here. Yeah, that's still, you know, that's not the worst turn.
I was like, I slammed that door.
It's
like,
so light.
I don't know if it's just me, but like.
What's going on, everyone? Evan back in the booth.
What's up, boy?
Unfortunately, that does mean he...
Didn't we already see this match?
Yes, so
Okay.
that's why I picked it.
Okay.
Because I think it's really interesting to see if like maybe something happens differently or something like that.
Gameplay change.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe there's
Adapt, improvise, overcome.
Absolutely, some adjustments made. So what happened in your top 8 match, man? It was a chain mirror, right?
Yeah, dude. You know, we were going blow for blow. I went second because I was gonna see it, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of sucked. I'm pretty sure that's why I lost.
Yeah, sometimes like, you know, with
It's
the way
very
seeding
important
works,
in chain mirror.
Yeah, you get the first shackle turn.
Getting choice in mirror is like very important. Dude, you see this packs? I got one of each. Pretty good pools. There's also a stamp
That's
authority
pretty cool.
that I gave to Festus.
Sick. Oh. Before I forget.
What?
I have his boots.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Matt had a pretty cool turn against me. He flocked the Featherwalker twice. Had another shadow puppetry. Did some more plays. And I lost.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. You know, I think I could have won had I actually utilized AB3. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm dumb. Alright, guys. I'm hopping back in. How's your guys' day? Right now, I see him thinking being done. I think he's looking at Ancestral Empowerment. I see a head jab in hand. Pretty sure it's a promo art. Pretty cool. So, now correct me if I'm wrong, but did he play Plunder Run and then Leg Tap, or Leg Tap then Plunder Run? Because the way he has it laid out looks like Leg Tap then Plunder Run, which would break the chain. So that really affects what Mask can do. Okay, never mind. Pretty sure he played it in incorrect order because he's searching off the copy right now. So we see a Rising Knee Thrust being searched out. I don't really know what Rising Knee Thrust does now. Pretty sure it's probably like 0, 4 with Go Again or something. Because it has a combo. And Ancestral on top of it, gonna draw himself a card. Pretty good. You know what we need? We need to figure out a life counter situation that we can do on stream. That'd be smart. Bam, search on Mugen. We see a Mugen being played, just coming for 4. Not bad if it hits. He should get to draw off what are that card's called? Mask of Momentum. You know, I'm really interested to see what was Kevin's choice of playing the strapping instead of a tunic. Not sure what they're discussing right now. More damage, I think. Yeah, I really wonder what he's gonna do here. See, a high octane, so pretty sure I figure out why if he was doing that. See a zipper hit boosting, gonna gain herself an action point. I imagine after the boost we'll probably end up seeing Tome of Findale perhaps from the arsenal. Definitely a super good play you can do with this sorry, I can't think of the name, Dash deck. You see Tekla Foundry Heart being used. Flip from the top 2. Only getting 1 resource. That's pretty womp womp if you ask me. So, I wish I could see how many cards V has in hand, but can't. AJ is back.
Welcome back to me.
We missed you, AJ.
Did you?
Mm. So earlier gone, we saw a high octane to
Pretty
zipper
neat.
hit.
I love high octane turns.
It's pretty cool.
Did the zipper hit the boost?
Yeah, hit the boost, I
Let's
think. I can't
go.
tell, but I'm pretty sure it did. And then we saw Tekla Foundry Heart, which only hit 1. So
On 4. We're just gonna swing in with the
That's just
pistol.
waving at us.
Is he leaving?
I don't know. Want to go check?
Fest did join us for a minute. Always good to see him. Always good to see our local players.
Fest is leaving. Really unfortunate. I'll miss him.
I already miss him. He's already gone.
He's already.
He's in my heart.
Gotta be honest. We have like a tier list of locals. Fest is
S tier.
no, not even double S tier.
Oh.
Like we'll have an S tier, but he's like
The goat.
higher than that.
Just so positive.
So positive.
So positive.
You seen his sun hat?
He's my people's champion.
Have you seen his sun hat?
No.
Oh, it's awesome. Wait, really? You haven't? I feel like you wore it a bunch.
Sun hat. Oh yeah. Sorry. I was thinking when you said sun hat, I was thinking of like a hat that was like literally like a foam hat of the sun. I was like, that'd be wild. Like, no, I haven't. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
Is he just taking this?
Back to this.
Wow.
V just decided to take the entire surging strike.
Baller move.
What V does not have on the field right now is another item.
Yeah.
That is painful. There is a Teclocore, I believe.
In her hand?
No, right there.
Oh.
I think that's a Teclocore. Yep.
Oh, it is. Nice.
It is a Teclocore.
Dude, I saw some guy, you see how she has like the marbles?
Mm-hmm.
Some dude had like little ducks today.
Little ducks?
Yeah.
I love it.
So cool.
So cool. I am jealous of this person.
I was jealous too. Those ducks are pretty awesome, if I'm being honest. Wow. Andrew out here making excuses. You see that?
Oh yeah.
Cringe. What is streamer mode?
So that the like it doesn't like make the noises and crap. So that like people like watching don't like hear Discord go off and they're like, oh my god, Discord.
Oh, who just pinged me? It's not starting now, AJ.
Well,
You're on my a lot.
Hell.
Someone's gonna just see that message and I'm like, oh my gosh, that was a really quick minute. There we lost.
20 to 14. This is crazy.
Playing Blitz out here.
So it looks like the whelming gust wave is gonna get over for 1 with the breaking scales.
That's pretty unfortunate. Unless V just gangster move.
Plays another one. I'll activate Prism, make a shield. Done that too.
Oh, I don't think Kevin has them again. She.
Yeah, Kevin already used the Katsu effect to find the whelming. So
that's unfortunate. E-strike, 7.
Just an easy 7.
That's good, man.
It's super strong here. V had to take so much of this already. Oh, draw a card.
Oh. Razor.
That's gotta be a Razor in Arsenal. That's a big old Razor in Arsenal. 2 floating, draw a card. Yeah, there it is. That's a Razor in Arsenal. There was no way it wasn't. Calling it from a mile away.
Yeah, that's one of those things with this game is that like V is a relatively new. I think she started like playing last week was like her first tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Like an experienced player would see that in full block. Like
I don't know. I don't know if you. It's just really it just becomes what's in your hand. Can you pressure? I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what I was saying. So V has not hit an item early, which really sucks because really what you want to be doing as Dash, I think in this against the aggro matchup specifically, is getting those items out early and very early so that you can block also early and start like kind of still having like 1 or 2 blues and putting pressure on the entire time. And we just get another Teclocore and I just don't know if that's going to be it. That feels really bad. I think the Teclocores might, if I was playing Dash in this matchup, probably come out just a little slow.
Yeah, especially because they don't block.
Right, absolutely. All items do not block, and they're kind of just not really doing what you need them to do. And popping the chess piece to be able to surging strike for free just also screams that he already has the whelming in hand.
Yep. Or not maybe, yeah, probably. Or at least another combo piece at the very least.
But we're just going to take the entire surging here, go to 11. Kevin deciding what he wants to discard. There are a lot of packs on the line. There were 23 people here.
Yep.
So every win is just another chunk of packs. And every win gets you closer to that Galaxy Black promo.
Cold foil.
Cold foil. Tell them about it. It's cold foil.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Not much more to do.
It's a Galaxy Black cold foil. I mean, it's pretty cool.
That's it.
Like I said before,
Not all art.
LSS giving actual promos that people care about.
Yeah.
We've been to some other card games, and just at a certain point, they're handing out promos, and people are like throwing them in the trash because
Like, ah, sick.
another one.
Thanks for this first place Volcarona.
Yeah,
Really
sick.
appreciate it.
This doesn't even go in my deck or any deck. For
Yeah.
that matter.
It's like, 110 health, a dual fire and grass type.
Wild.
So good.
Oh, V had to use the tome to block with, which just blocks 2.
Ugh. Sink for 4.
Sink
Full
on
block
the leg tap. And the rising knee thrust. This is brutal.
Block 6.
That is just brutal. I don't know if there's a world. I mean, V gets 4 resources here, which is kind of funny. From nothing.
Yeah. Wait, she's 2 out? Or
Yeah, she had 2 out.
That's pretty neat.
That's neat. I agree. Now we're deciding what to do with those resources. Load up the gun and induction chamber. I don't think you want to just gun here again, but that's what we're doing.
I wonder if you arsenaled.
I have no idea.
Probably
It's been there a minute.
Probably a dead card.
Could be an item. Like, really.
Oh. Run the numbers.
So Kevin's starting his turn with that Art of War.
It's a good card, man. You know,
it's just funny that
I don't really know why you would start with it, to be honest, because you can leave it there.
Yeah, I think
do it in between your Kodachis.
I think a lot of players are not really aware of the ruling that like instants don't break the chain.
Yeah.
So like.
Yeah, I do see a lot of players play an instant and close the chain.
Yeah.
Now, are you allowed to like ask to close the chain and like do it manually?
You can close the chain whenever you'd like.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. You do have to pass priority before they close the chain, though. You have to like pass here.
Would you like to do anything?
Exactly. There's a window of priority before the chain closes.
Can you reopen the chain though? If you have an action point?
Yeah, with an attack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a new chain. It's not the same chain.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can't just be like, I declare combat chain. Like, like you have to attack to open a combat chain.
It's like pitching before you
yeah, kind of
play
same.
a card. It's
yeah.
like I will pitch and then do this.
Yeah, it's like when people like pitch 9 to do like Bravo things and then play the attack. It's like, no, it's like one thing at a time, please. Especially when I'm playing Prism, I need to do things one at a time. Which,
calm down.
Which like kind of sucks because at a certain like you have to do that before you have the Arclight Sentinel. Because if you don't do it the whole game and you're like, hey, I need you to like back up to when like you did this. It's like very much signaling like I have Arclight Sentinel here. So yeah, if you're ever Prism, make sure anybody.
Did you see a Hope Merchant's Hood?
Yeah, V does run Hope Merchant's Hood.
Nice. I have like 4 of those foils. Don't know why. I just like keep getting them.
I think V is kind of already under Kodachi lock here for the most part.
Yeah, for sure.
Pretty much where she has to block everything.
It's like Kodachi plus extra stuff block.
Is that a lunging press?
And
into a lunging press.
Game.
What is happening?
Wow.
Take 2.
Nuts.
Oh, 1.
Oh. Oh, good enough. I'll do it. That's a wrap.
And Kevin will be moving on to the finals and facing a Runeblade. Which Runeblade? I don't know. It's either,
one of them.
It's either Chain or Viscerai because that's the other top 2 matchup. Yeah, so the other top 2 matchup was Matt versus Ryan.
I want to see some Ryan Viscerai.
Yeah, I want to see Viscerai take down a Armory and walk away with a Galaxy Black
A
on
Roulette
Viscerai.
card that they can't even use because
Yeah.
there's shadow in the front.
Viscerai says, I'm taking it. Like,
No.
no,
Mine.
we're going to come back to our faces for just 2 seconds. Yeah, so we got Evan in the booth. Thank you for joining me. I know it kind of sucks the fact that you're able to join me.
Yeah.
But thank you again. He'll be the one casting Sunday.
Yep.
So in between, if there's any coverage for Vegas and you want to catch some games in between, definitely check out the stream here. So because we'll be streaming on Sunday, with Evan. And so we're gonna see. I think actually no, I can see it from here. The game with Ryan and Matt is still going on. Oh hey RSR2 Gaming, thank you so much. Thank you for the follow. Like I said before, they are playing for this guy. Again, it doesn't really show up well on a webcam, but it is a cold foil guy.
Why did you put this in a? Yeah, Nolan glove.
Nolan glove. Yeah. I don't know. I think the empty top loader was just on the table.
Because you gave this to Alex last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should get back until today.
Of course, just got in this game a couple weeks back and look forward to playing more. Hey, if you ever stop by and
it's pretty cool.
Stop by this channel and you ask questions, we have a really helpful chat if there's people in chat, and then also I'm a judge as well, so if you have any like how things work questions, I'll be happy to answer them as well.
I just play the game.
He's also on the team, and he is just a really good player, and really happy to have him on the team. He's really fun, really just good to have around.
Thanks,
awesome.
AJ.
Yeah, of course. So it looks really tense over there, I'll be honest. I have to look through a window, so I know that's a little weird.
I'm going to try to get a better angle of this.
Excellent. I will keep that in mind for sure. I plan on the big event in Cincinnati. Oh, so the cool thing about Cincinnati specifically, of course, is that it's sealed. And being a new player, being able to jump into like a high-level competition and it's just sealed, you get to just play. What's your prediction for player count for Vegas main event?
650.
650?
Yeah,
I think it's more, dude. Okay, so I think it's over 1,000 and probably below 1,400. I'm in that range. So, and I think anything over 500 in the time of COVID is a huge success for LSS, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
It honestly just shows that even that there's hype around the game. Just the fact that like the whole meme where like nobody plays Flesh and Blood, like
dead game.
Like we had 23 people just at our locals. We had 49 people for our road to nets. We had there's new players coming every single week. We had 2 today, 2 last week, and it just keeps growing.
Yep, there is a lot of new players.
Yeah, exactly. I am in the works of getting a constructed deck built. I was working on Chain, and now I'm building Kano. Kano has my interest. Kano has a lot of people's interest. I will tell you, I don't want to discourage you. However, you are fighting an uphill battle even as a great Kano player. Yeah. So just be aware. He's got a lot of rulings, things going on. He starts at 30 life. But he can definitely steal wins. Definitely take wins.
For sure. Like we at the road nets, we had some guy top 4 with it.
Yeah, we had so at the collective road to nats, if you go on the YouTube, I think has the VODs from longer back.
The VOD may still be up on this channel.
It might even still be up on the Twitch, but definitely on YouTube. Either one, if it's there. There's a Kano.
You played rounds 2 and top 4.
Yeah, he got round 2 and top 4. Good memory. And
Noggin.
He was really close to getting through top 4.
Yeah.
Like really like one card different, and he actually wins
one card different, and he wins the tournament. To be honest.
Absolutely. For reference, excluding Japan for Pokemon TCG, there are exactly 3 tournaments that surpass 1K players.
And none of those are regionals. Those are all internationals.
Yep. So like I have been playing Burn and MTG for a very long time, so I have understanding of how being at a disadvantage can be, but I am so stoked though. I love to hear it. I got nothing to say. Like that's great. I love to like come back and tell us like how it's going.
Yeah, dude.
I definitely want to hear NAIC, EUIC, and World side events. Yeah. I really think the hype. So I think Cincinnati.
Are you sure
and
EUIC got over 1,000? I thought it was just NAIC a bunch of times.
Well, NAIC does always get over it, but for sure. I did a pack legendary in my first box of Arcane Rising. Bought another box of Arcane Rising today.
Nice, dude.
Arcane Rising is the money box for sure.
I love opening Arcane.
For now.
Actually, I enjoy opening packs in general.
Yeah,
it's just fun.
It's just fun. I mean, that's why we play TCGs and not like board games, right?
Yeah.
It's like it always changes and it's fun to open. What was I gonna say? Oh, Cincinnati and Dallas. I think because of the format,
This guy throwing the promo they were supposed
Throw
to
it's
give.
in a top loader. It's all right. I think with the way those are formatted, I think those will have a little bit of lower turnout. But I think players have been so hungry for high level competitive Flesh and Blood.
Big events.
I think Vegas is going to be a blowout. I think it's going to be huge. And I'm excited for it. I'm going. We got like 4 of us in our immediate group going. The Tolarian dropouts are all going.
Except for Alex.
Except for Alex.
He'll be here.
He'll be here. But yeah, it's going to be a fun event. They're still playing?
Dude, I'm gonna
That's
try their
crazy.
game.
Yeah, so
hit that follow, hit that sub button.
I'll hang out here. You let me know when they're done.
Okay.
I see Ryan in deep thought, so who knows?
But he does that on anything. You're like, it's like Turtle. You'll be going. So I was playing testing games with him on Friday night. I'm going first, turn 1. I'm like, all right, I'll pitch a blue, or I'll create a Soul Shackle token, pitch a blue, Nebula for 1. So he just sits there for like 5 minutes thinking what he's gonna do. He's like, hold, hand me 4 bolt cards. Keep in mind, it's first turn. You get to draw up. It's just like hand management. He's over here thinking like,
how do I block the 1?
It's literally what he does.
So, hey, there's 13 of you guys hanging out. Make
Thank you,
sure
guys.
if you can share this around and let's get to 20 for the finals.
For
I think
real,
that'd be sick.
dude.
Share this around. The finals match will be pretty sick. I mean, it's gonna be a Rune Blade. I hope to see Viscerai. Not that I'm like pulling for any one person. I just think Viscerai is super interesting to watch.
Viscerai is super interesting.
So it's gonna be either Viscerai or Chain versus the Katsu we just saw.
Yep.
And it's gonna be awesome. It is possible that Friday events have a bigger turnout. The main event, depending on how many people are tired of Chain. I mean, yeah, Chain is a thing. I think he is beatable. I think we've seen that. We've definitely seen Guardians able to kind of have their way with Chain if they're playing properly.
Yep.
It's very much an uphill battle against Guardians.
I mean, everything has uphill battle against Chain. I think realistically.
No, I'm saying Chain has an uphill battle against Bravo.
I don't think it's that bad.
I do. I think a good Bravo I think a Chain and a Bravo equal skill level. I think it's favored for Bravo.
I mean, it depends on what skill level you're talking.
I said equal.
I know,
They're
but
equal.
there's so many levels of equal skill.
I think in the top 8 of a calling, if there is a Bravo and a Chain, the Bravo is favored in that matchup. I don't say the Chain loses automatically. I'm saying it's in favor of Bravo in that matchup.
Fair enough. I just look at my experience as a Chain player versus Bravo. I feel like I win 60% of the time. It's not like super favored, but I don't know.
Possible. RA hype is also a big deal. I agree. I think that pre-release event is going to be huge.
True.
I'll share with my friends for sure that are interested in this game. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Wait,
I can't wait to be. I think they're still playing. I know I keep kind of looking off screen, but so I can't really I guess I can kind of I'm gonna pick up the webcam here. It's kind of there's a window right here.
Wait, just grab the phone.
No, it's so much work. There's a webcam. There's a window right here, and you can kind of see them playing off to the side, and we're waiting to see what happens there. What number would I consider a flop? Under 400. So 400 to 500 I would consider a success, not a resounding success. But I think under 400 would kind of be a little underwhelming. So I don't really want that to be the case, but I really when you look at these RTN numbers, I don't see a way where that happens. I just don't. I don't see a world where you take all these, if you just add up the states and their RTN numbers, we have way more than 300 players, way more than 400 players across the country. And I just don't think there's a way where it goes under 400. But that would be my number. If it's under 400, I wouldn't, maybe not a flop, underwhelming, and then under 300, so in the 200s would be a complete not good thing. But yeah, anything over 500, commercial success, and then over 6 and higher, you're just looking at it's just better and better. And I really do think I'm not trying to be pie in the sky. I really do think we're gonna crack 1,000. I think the hype for Vegas in particular is just so high. So people are so ready to see this game at the highest levels. And what LSS is doing, Kind of like, so like there's another game that has completely gotten rid of and not really mentioned high level competitive play. And LSS has kind of just filled that void like completely. They've gotten the cosplayers, like all the side stuff that people like to do because you want to make these big events an experience, because like not everyone is going to these events with the expectation of taking it down. Of course you want to, don't get me wrong, but when you go to these big GP slash the callings slash these big events, they are what they are, just that they're big events, and you want them to be exciting and fun and lots of side events to do, lots of things to see. Picking Vegas was probably a really great call. It's kind of central to a lot of players. It's far for us from Florida, but we got nationals in our backyard, so that feels great. But yeah, I think that's where I would be. So don't click on that link in chat. I will remove it soon. So yeah. So that being said, oh, last question. What number would you consider be? Oh, okay. Look, as a MTG and Pokemon judge for 10 years, the harsh truth is, in a year without IRL events, their profits were higher than ever. This just showed them that this is not the main necessity. It may bite them in the back in the long run, but currently it's definitely not. Listen, I totally agree with everything you said. But here's the thing. For me, at least, I think in the long run they are going to shoot themselves in the foot if that's their continued projection, like projected path. Um, I think players, I think players are the backbone of your game. Collectors will take you pretty far, but they can only take you so far. And if you really lose the player base, you're going to lose your game. That's really where I'm at. And I'm not trying to say that as a fanboy. I hope all games do well. I hope the players that play those games do well. Um, but I really think if you totally turn your back on players, you lose your game. We're kind of seeing that with certain video game companies that have gotten so big that they think their player base will never go away. Then they make some bad decisions, and they're still they're still the biggest game. But then, you know, then they lose their player base. They make some really bad decisions. They kind of go for, oh, well, this is more profitable, but it doesn't really grow the base. I hope it does well. Can't go myself, but I want more word of mouth so locally the game picks up. Yeah, I am trying to get people playing here in my area in Michigan. Yeah, so what we did in Florida was we started with a small group, no joke. We had 23 players today at an Armory, which is awesome. But we started with literally 4 of us. We begged this store, the collective. Well, we didn't have to beg them. We just asked them, and they were very kind, and they obliged us. They bought a case, and we said, hey, if you buy a case, we'll buy the case, guaranteed. That's exactly what happened. They bought the case, and we bought the product immediately. So then we asked, hey, can we, if we take care of the OP, can we sign you guys up for an OP store? And yeah, absolutely. We'll sign you up for an OP store. And yeah, that's kind of what we grew from there. We keep hyping it to everyone that'll listen. We're like, people play other games while we're playing Flesh and Blood, and we tell them like, hey, you should just at least try it, because I think if you try it, you'll like it. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't been able to run any pre-release because Armory is because no one is running events. Yeah, that's kind of like it's unfortunate, but really, just really pressure those local game stores. If anything, do what we did. We just started coming to this store and just playing. Are we still? What are they doing?
They're still playing.
Yeah.
Last night,
I mean, we have
three-
15
I checked
minutes
4
left.
minutes ago. It was
To what?
28 to
So they've been
22
playing for
in
55
Jane's
minutes.
favor.
Oh, but that.
Yeah, I'm not timing
Yeah,
it, but
but
just
just
to make sure
seeing.
that they don't slow play.
Yeah. So.
Do you want to do Hots and Cold?
Ryan
No.
Fox doing a big think over there.
I agree with you on the statement, but research shows that LGS players make for less than 3% of MTG or Pokemon player base. Kitchen table is more than 90% of that player's bases. And here's my, I agree with you. Here's my what I would say to that. Here's what I would say to that. Those players that play at the kitchen table, we're gonna sit back down. Those players that play at the kitchen table, they still like to hear that, like, oh, at this GP, this when I cared about Magic, which I don't like talking too much about Magic on this channel, but when I cared about Magic, it was a Goblin Chain Whirler was like the big bad of the format. People were like, oh, Goblin Chain Whirler. Oh, did I miss something? Oh, Jay Lockwood with the, I had the multi chat on. Oh my goodness, I had the multi chat on. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Jay Lockwood, with the 10 gifted subs. That's wild. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is our last big Armory before Vegas, and just to see you guys supporting. Thank you guys so much. Hanging out with us. The top table, I'm kind of hanging out with you guys because I don't want to just leave you on a be right back screen because we still have another game going on. So top 8 is not timed if you guys didn't know. So I don't want to just leave you on a be right back screen with the same music loop playing over and over again. So that's why we're still here. That's why I'm hanging out and talking to you guys. But thank you. I had a different chat on that shows me both YouTube and Twitch chats. So I didn't really see. Bye. Thank you. So I didn't really see the gifted sub come through. I'm sorry, but thank you, thank you, thank you. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm blown away. This has been a great day. This is kind of like my first day back from streaming. So we did. I've been going to Road to Nationals for the past few weeks, which have been super great events. I like the discussion about the importance of LGS in the universe of card games, but it's way too complex for Twitch chat. Yeah, I don't think we're going to change any hearts and minds here, but I don't mind answering questions if you guys kind of just keep a conversation going. I really don't mind. It's been kind of a good conversation to have. But what I was saying, I think about Goblin Chain Whirler, it was like that was like the big bad of the format, and even people who were very casual to Magic, they had an investment to like what was going on in the competitive world, and I think that's most players would be playing at the kitchen table, but they would still see. It's hard to say because I live in the LGS bubble, right? So even my friends who would play Magic, not competitively, but very casually, we still kind of like adhered to standard, adhered to standard, and things like that. So, yeah, not gonna try to avoid that one to be honest, but we'll see. It would be cool for as many people to be able to come down as possible. I mean, if we're already letting states hop, I mean, I'm coming from Florida to Vegas. Like I said, I'll be wearing an N95 the whole time. So if you're in Vegas, you might not be able to recognize me. You can tell probably by the hairline, but I'll definitely be wearing an N95 the whole time in Vegas. What's up? Yeah. We'll be right back. Hopefully bringing you finals. But we'll be right back, guys. Sorry about that. Something came up in the store. Hi guys, so sorry to cut that short. There was I really don't know what was happening. This is the finals though, so uh looks like Chain was able to beat out Viscerai. So your finals match will be Katsu versus Chain. Um, Probably a short match if I had to guess. Oh Nick, right before I left, you asked me what's my favorite spoilers so far, or what are my favorite spoilers? Probably I don't know the Lightning Bracers. I think people are sleeping on, and I really like them and their art. I think they're super cool. Um, uh, I guess that's probably it. Like if I had to say one, it's definitely my favorite so far. Oh, and I like Voltaire. I think Voltaire opened. Oh, how can I forget? I mean, they're all Ranger cards basically at this point. But New Horizon is my favorite art of any Flesh and Blood card I have seen to this point. I love that card so much. Um, and I think in cold foil, if just like the hood, the part that's underneath the outer hood is the part that's cold foil, that will just look phenomenal. But anyway, there are 14 of you. Thank you so much for getting to this point in the stream. This is your finals match, which I thought I changed it, but here we go. This is your finals match between Matt on Chain and Kevin on Katsu, who has been on stream a lot today. If you've been hanging out this whole time, we've been streaming for, it says 4.5 hours, but that's technically not true because we had between rounds like 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 somewhere in there, we had technical difficulties. I would say we've probably been out here for about 6.5 hours, maybe longer. If you've been with us the whole time, awesome. If you're just joining us for finals, also awesome. Thank you so much. Again, we had a bunch of gifted subs today. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. If you do, that's amazing. But just you hanging out with me is enough to get me to make me happy. So thank you guys so much. We see Kevin kind of coming out of the gate just like he was before, swinging, going straight into that. He wants this Kadachi into a Whelming Gust Wave to hit, maybe draw a card off Mask. Well, who do you guys think is going to win here? This is your finals match. I am kind of thinking Chain has the edge here if he can get to turns 5 and 6 with a little bit like life buffer. I think the card that really swings this matchup, believe it or not, even though Katsu's a go wide deck, is Husk. I think Husk is kind of one of the most broken cards ever printed. It kind of just shuts down one of your opponent's turns almost completely on its own without getting a card out of your hand. It's just so good. Really excited to see how this ends up. Two super aggro decks, playing it out. Winner walks away with a bunch of packs and a cold foil Galaxy Black. Oh, we see a Shadow Puppetry into a Command and Conquer. What a strong start. Let's go, Matt. I love the cheers. You guys can cheer as much as you want. I'm going to try to remain as impartial as possible. I just like to see great games. I want to see a back and forth here. I want to see a grinder. Just who's going to, like, just a blow for blow, like, just hits. I just want to see, like, what really comes out on top here. These are two super aggro decks. Kind of neck and neck with each other for, like, what's been winning. And we see Kevin's just going to take the Nebula Blade, so Matt will get a rune chant. Shout out to Matt's alternate art there. I think that is really cool looking. The Nebula Blade with the chain and the Soul Shackle token is just really cool the way it works together like that. All right, so we see Kevin's going to come out with a Plunder Run into two Kodachis. This is super scary because if you let this attack hit, whatever attack's coming down from Kevin's side, it's threatening 2 draws. Nick, if you're still in chat, I kind of want to know what are your favorite spoilers so far? As Matt decides on whether or not he wants to block this Kodachi, it's kind of really tough here because you know that the last thing is still threatening to draw a card, whether or not you block this Kodachi. It's just whether or not you want it to be threatening 2 cards or 1. I think if you're gonna block it all, you probably save the cards and just fully block out whatever this last card is in Kevin's hand. Yep, and we see him take the Kodachi and do exactly just that. And it's just a Mugenshi release for 7. This Mugenshi release is threatening 2 cards, a draw of 2 cards here. Channel Lake Superior. That is the one where they get a frost token every turn. Lake Superior. Isn't it like Lake Frost or something? Either way, if you're talking about the Lake card, I think it's very wild. Being able to give your opponent like frost tokens every turn. And then on top of that, like it gets to stick as long as you have frost cards in your pitch. It's very good. Very, very good. Oh my goodness, we see the blocks. We use the Art of War defensively here. Channel like frigid. Thought you were just gonna start saying like all the Great Lakes. Just like all I was like, oh, I mean this one. Everything costs 1 more, yeah. It's so good. Seek and Destroy, I love it. It's such a weird card. I think it's really good, but it's so weird. Like in like what it does, because they still get their hand that they draw, but they are guaranteed to not have an arsenal. And if they wanted something in their hand, it's gone. It's like I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about it. It is a +3 too, and it's free. So I mean, it just replaces anything that's like if you were running Nimbleism or something to that effect, you just auto replace it with Seek and Destroy. Um, but yeah, it is a good card. It's just it's hard for me to evaluate it. Oh, did he like? I think he thought he was lower on life, and then he like waved it off to the camera, like, no, 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 we're not doing that. Surging Strike. I know a lot of players at one point were like cutting the Surging Strike line. Definitely not now. I think there's a lot of cards that support it, but like people were like, oh, I'll just never get to Mugenshi release. I'll never get to. This was like a long time ago on like Welcome to Wraith format. It's strong against fatigue. Oh, 100%. It makes them burn cards that they didn't want to burn. It makes sure they don't have an arsenal, which is usually where they put their defense reactions. 100%. I totally agree. All right, so I think off the E strike we picked draw a card. So we'll be coming in for 5. Matt really struggling to decide what to block here. Interesting, like, I'll be honest, there's a lot of chains that just don't block. Not to say that that's the right decision at all. Like, whether it's right or wrong, blocking or not blocking, it's just, it's you see a lot of aggro decks choosing to block or choosing not to block because they're just like, I'll race. And you just don't know. You just get to this point where, like, who can get to the point where they're making the other person block with cards from their hand first. All right, so we see the shackles coming down. We do hit a seeds and we hit an invert existence. Invert existence is very strong. we do see Kevin is on a lot of non-attack actions, so it is live at all times. Something crazy about Invert Existence too is if you're running things like Consuming Volition, uh, Meet and Greet, Rip Through Reality, all these things that kind of like want that arcane trigger, that or not trigger, but things that like will do more things if you've dealt arcane. Because it's an instant, you can kind of like surprise them with it if it's just sitting there waiting to do its thing. Ooh, an Art of War from Arsenal. Banishing a Riftbind. We're going to draw 2 and probably pick Go again. That is just every Art of War that the chain gets to play, I think, ups their chances of winning by a significant percentage. It does everything they want it to do. The banish isn't even like a usually like even a cost because the cards still like even like kind of in their hand anyway. What a great finals match. I think this has been living up to the hype so far. We do see the Unhallowed Rites coming down. Kevin just forced to take it all, saying, I'm going to keep this hand here. I did see in Kevin's hand, I think I see a Head Jab, an Ancestral Empowerment, a Scar for a Scar, and the way he's flicking his cards, I can't see the last one. Oh, I think the last one's a Surging Strike. That is a very strong hand from Kevin. I think he's thinking if you're not threatening any like super really big on hit triggers here, I'm probably just gonna eat this and probably try to answer back as much as you gave me. Seeds comes down. We're gonna make a shackle. Next attack has Go again. And we're gonna play the Ghostly Visit. Ghostly Visit coming in for 4 and Go again. Not sure what the disagreement is here. He did play the Seeds and then Shackle. Ooh, and then an E-Strike. Probably choosing +2. Kevin takes it all and goes to 18. Matt now has an 11 life lead. I think Matt's deciding whether or not he wants to burn that Invert Existence. Don't know. He does have a Plunder Run in there. Oh, and you know the other thing that Invert Existence does to Ninja? I'm sure you guys know, but and I kind of knew this too. It just hit me like it just makes Lord of Wind that much worse, right? Like you just banish the Mugenshi or like a Whelming Gust Wave that they were going to recycle. That's pretty strong. Kevin does have to take the 2. Oh no, he left the Invert Existence in the banish. You can also play it in response to the Lord of Wind and actually take away cards that they were going to recycle. We see the Surging Strike come down with an Ancestral Empowerment. Matt's looking at 6 damage here. So it did hit. Kevin's going to activate Katsu. Gets rid of the Head Jab. Probably going to go find the Whelming Gust Wave. He has them. Oh, the Whelming Gust Wave must be an Arsenal. That is so crazy. When you see that, when you're the opposing player against the Katsu and you see them banish the 3rd piece and not the 2nd, it just feels really bad because you know both are coming at you this turn. Yep, so Matt's down to 21. The Whelming Gust Wave is going to come down. It is only a blue, so it's hitting for 2 damage. If it hits, it will draw a card. The worst part is you don't want the card draw, and you don't want the Mugenshi. But also, if you're the chain player, you're kind of thinking, like, I need to be able to put pressure on the Katsu this next turn. And this is where even aggro decks can become way more thinky than a lot of people think. And that sounds funny, but there's just a thought here, like, what am I willing to give up here to make sure that this Katsu deck doesn't just go off? And we see him pitch the Scar for the Mugenshi release. Nothing floating, and that's going to bring out the Husk. Not a bad Husk there. Kevin does have Go again. Not sure if he has anything he can do. That card in Arsenal would have to be something that was free, because the Mugenshi release did cost the one that the Scar did pitch for. We see the Shackles come down. All 3 hit. 2 seeds, and what is that, a Howl from Beyond? That is super strong. Just this into a Riftbind can be a really scary turn for Kevin. Matt still does have his Snapdragon Scalers as well. We're going to see the Howl from Beyond get played first. Ooh, and an Eye, which allows him to opt too. That's a very kind of spicy tech, I think, in Chain. Have seen a couple more players play it. It allows you to kind of set up those banishes, kind of see what you want to draw. Super spicy there. You guys are hanging out in the finals. Again, I know I've said it a lot, but just thank you guys so much for hanging out. This is super tense. We're about in blitz range here, where both players are at under 20 or right around 20. Matt deciding what non-attack actions he wants to clear. He does have the Riftbind in his banish zone. So already he's looking at, if he plays the other seeds, he's looking at a +6 on this Riftbind. Thank you. Have a good night. Store's closing up around us. We're closing down the collective out here in Altamont Springs. Always super fun. Super love the store. They're always great to us. We see the Riftbind coming in. I believe that's a yellow. So that would be coming in for 8, I think. Because it would be 3 from the Howl, 2 more non-attack actions. So it's +5. That would be 7. He's deciding on whether or not he wants to crack the Snapdragon Scalers as a reaction, I think, at this point. I don't think it had Go again on its own. Or he could be deciding whether or not he wants to invert existence here. He did leave a seeds in, just in case. Not sure what the decision is here. Could be how to give this Go again, if to give it Go again. Kevin really having to take all that damage. I think he's at 10 life now, 10 to 20, 10 to 21. Or is that 10 to 12? And it's 10 to 12. We're going to make a rune chant here, and we're going to sing the Consuming Volition. I'm not sure. That did not have go again here. I don't think. Unless I missed it. One second. I'm just going to double check this match. So he did call out the shackle there, so he did have go again. Just was making sure, chat. It's a little hard, like I said. We're in another room, so for Rotonats, I was the judge, so I was actually sitting there at the table, so it was easier for me to catch things like that. But since I'm streaming with you guys, it's a little bit harder. I have to come back here and just make sure. To like run out to the room, be like, wait, don't do anything. I need to get clarification. So we do see the leg tap come in. Matt's gonna block with the Consuming Volition, and Kevin just follows up with the natural rising knee thrust. We do see that Matt is on 18. There is a chance he just takes it here. Yeah, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. And then just Kevin follows up with a snatch. Kevin does still have Snapdragon Scalers. If Matt gets greedy, not that he would, but I'm just saying if he doesn't block this and Kevin decides to snap this could lead into a wild turn depending on what happens. Oh, and he doesn't. It wouldn't be the draw two cards. He did fully block the leg tap. He did let the snatch hit. Did not decide to crack Snapdragon Scalers. And we're just going to go into Matt's turn. This could be the final turn of the game. I've seen Shane do some really nutty things off 3 shackles. Yeah, it just depends. He still has the invert existence if Kevin ever gets down to 2 life. I don't believe Kevin's running any null rune. I don't think he runs sigils. So if he's at 2 life and Matt is able to play the invert existence, the game is over. Yeah. Matt just kind of trying to figure out like how much damage he should do here. So we are going to see the shackle go to 4. If they get into Kevin's turn, actually, I'll go run out there and tell them now. I don't think it matters, but I think this is probably the last turn of the game, but I'll go make sure. We got it fixed. Thanks, chat. So just to be clear, they did have it written down both on paper. They just didn't update the life counter on the screen. And yeah, you guys are right. We should make sure that both players had it written down right. Just want to make sure that no one makes a blocking decision differently because of what the life total was at. I think Matt's really having to decide, can I get more cards out of Kevin's hand? I think this is going to be the turn we see the Snapdragon Scalers come down. Remember, Kevin cannot fall to 2 life here. At 2 life, he's open to invert existence. We're going to snap. We do snap the Snapdragons. Kevin goes to 4. I think we're going to Nebula Blade here. Make a Rune Chant and Nebula Blade. So the Rune Chant will come through. It's 4 and 1 Arcane. So the 1 Arcane will always hit because, again, he doesn't have any way to block it. If Kevin takes any damage off this Nebula Blade, the game is essentially over. The Invert Existence will kill Kevin as an instant. And there it is. I think Kevin doesn't see that the 2 damage will come down. He'll make a Rune Chant. Matt will here. Just Arsenal and pass. Takes 2 blood debt. I do believe that Kevin's in lethal range for this Invert Existence. And I really don't think he has a way to block it. I'm just going to check the wording on Invert Existence. You may play Invert Existence from your Banish Zone. It is an instant. Banish up to 2 cards in an opponent's hero's graveyard. If attack and non-attack or deal 2 arcane. Yeah, if I did cut away, so if... Nope, the Invert Existence is still there. Very interesting. I don't know if... Maybe there's something I'm not seeing, but I just don't see why you just don't finish the game off with the Invert here. There's definitely Plunder runs in that graveyard. Sometimes just being at the table can be a little, you kind of miss some things. But I mean, I don't want to say anything super crazy because, I mean, there might just be something I'm really not seeing here. But I don't know why you don't block the, or you don't not block, but just play the invert. Kevin has absolutely 0 ways to block arcane damage here. Now he has no cards in hand, so even if you were worried about sigil, that's not an issue either. Yeah, I think he just doesn't see it at this point. Oh, he might have seen it now. I think he's checking that graveyard for a non-attack action. Yep, there's the plunder run. Yep, eyeing up the plunder run, and I think that's going to be game.
What are they playing for?
This thing. And whatever pack count you said. Yep, that should be game here. Matt does see the invert existence. That's 2 arcane damage that I do not think Kevin can deal with.
He can take the damage and still finish him.
Yeah, I mean, even then.
Oh, but he's at 2. Or is he at 2 or 5?
He's at 2. Matt's at 5. Kevin's at 2. Kevin has absolutely no way to block arcane / magic damage.
I'm
burn
just
damage.
asking because okay,
No,
so
yeah,
it's facing each other,
the
right?
counter's kind of weird. So yeah, Matt is at 5 and Kevin's at 2. The card that Matt just played will do 2 arcane damage, and he cannot block it. So he has no way to block arcane damage.
This is just incorrect then?
I think what he's saying is Matt could have taken it and still finished him. So that is it. Matt is your winner for today's Armory event. What a grueling 5 rounds of Swiss, 3 rounds of Top Cut. And this is Armory's here in Altamont Springs and Orlando. It's competitive. There's a lot of people show up and a lot of packs are on the line.
46 today. Total.
46 total packs were given out as prize support. Well, and that doesn't even count 5 more as Mortal Kombat packs.
Yep.
So 51 packs were given out by the store today. Yep. I'm gonna switch to me real quick. Thank you guys so much for watching. Matt is our winner. Congrats to him. I'm gonna go out and give him his cold foil Galaxy Black that he has earned today. Let's see, where did he finish in Swiss? So Matt finished Swiss with 4 wins out of 5. So he finished Swiss 4-1, and then he swept, of course, in top 8. So that means he finished the day 7-1. I do think he has his nationals invite, so be seeing him there. And I think he's going to Vegas. I don't know. But that was a lot of fun. Today was awesome, and I thank you guys so much for joining us. Listen, it's been 5 hours since we had the technical difficulty. We had to leave and come back. So I think, like I said, I think today's closer to 7 or 8 hours of streaming. And if you guys have been hanging out, I know Jay Lockwood was actually here playing earlier in the day, kind of hanging out now. Thank you guys for coming to the event. Thank you guys for watching. Easy, just don't play non-attack actions against Shane. I mean, I think you have to play them there, honestly. Like, you have to kind of put pressure. You have to be the one to pressure the hand. But like I said, thank you guys for hanging out with us. Thank you so much. Like I said, we're here every single Sunday, so make sure you follow. If you don't mind my voice, then we're going to be commentating the entire time. However, Evan will actually be, you saw Evan earlier, Evan will be commentating this coming Sunday because most of us will be in Vegas, but we'll still have great rounds here for you. I believe the event will still be Classic Constructed. And then we actually have pre-release coming up the next weekend. So if you guys are local to Orlando or to Altamont Springs or in the area whatsoever, check out our pre-release coming up. Tales of Aria looks like it's going to be the most fire set I've seen for a while. I'm super excited for the art alone. I think all the effects are super cool looking. I have nothing bad to say about what I've seen from the set so far. Our pre-release is the 18th at noon. I think we'll be streaming for it. If we are streaming, I can't guarantee commentary for that because I plan to play in it. So I can't guarantee that, but thank you guys so much for hanging out. Like I said, please drop those follows. If you want to sub, that's awesome too. We had a bunch of subs today. Thanks a lot to all the gifted subs. I think we had 11 total gifted subs today. You guys are wild, and thank you so much for following this small stream of ours that we're trying to grow bigger. If you have any suggestions, one suggestion I have is if you guys want to, if you follow me, my name is AJ Brown on Facebook, or you can follow the channel. I would love to get local music featured on the breaks. I think that would be really cool. So if you guys know any local bands that do have to give us written permission. yeah, I want to get some local music on like in the breaks as opposed to just generic copyright free music. That would be super cool. Other than that, thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you next time. See you next Sunday. And really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys so much. And good luck in Vegas if you're going, and good luck in your Armory events. And see you next time. Thank you so much.